Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So we just admitted someone who's come in as Dad's iPad under our system. You're not able to rename yourself. Can you unmute for a moment and let us know who you are so we can assign you to a speaker name?
Yes, I'm sorry. My name is Jim Stahl.
Oh, Jim, it's Michael Waffer. How you doing today?
Well, Michael, I recognize your distinctive voice. I'm doing fine. I hope you and everybody else is too.
We're well, thanks. Let me get you muted again and renamed. Take care, Jim. Pause.
right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Thursday, September 7th. It is 9:30 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting back into order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. With us as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Deputy, Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Emily McShane and Biba Malatik. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting. It's being webcast and recorded. For those of you that are joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through the YouTube Live website or our customary Cali PA website. If you intend on commenting on any of today's workshop items, though, you need to be on the Zoom platform. In order to do so, there are instructions, a link at the top of the agenda. If you're having any difficulty getting onto the platform, though, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you're on the platform, your camera's off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated you wish to. For those of you here in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in the Cali PA building in Sacramento. Just a few quick announcements for us here as well. There are, please observe the exits. If there happens to be an emergency, we'll just calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further instruction. If you intend on commenting on any of the items today, please do sign up either at the tablet in the back, or there is a QR code as well, and we can make sure and get you in the queue. Please do introduce yourself and any affiliation you might be with when you come up, and please do silence any phones. So in this small room, we don't have too much distraction during today's discussion. With that, yesterday we had our public forum, so we get straight into our workshop and want to kick things over to our folks here in the Division of Water Quality to kick off our MS4 workshop. Thank you. Good to see you here this morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel. And good morning to the rest of the board. We're happy to be here today to present on the standardized cost reporting in municipal stormwater permits, the draft proposed policy. I have with me here today Mr. Nabil Afrouz. He is our Water Resources Control Engineer and lead staff for the project. And I also have Ms. Catherine Hagan in the Office of Chief Counsel. And I am Amanda McGee. I'm the manager of the Strategy to Optimize Resource Management Stormwater Unit in the Division of Water Quality. I want to note before we get started today that the workshop that we're having right now isn't necessarily a required part of the policymaking process, but we thought it was really important to put out what we have and get your feedback and get the public feedback before we start down that road to potential adoption. We released the draft for public comment a couple weeks ago. We've extended the written public comment period through October 3rd. And we understand what we have put out isn't necessarily perfect. We feel that the bones of the policy are strong. We feel that we have a really good base to what we want to build, but there are some things in there that we would like to tweak. From what we're hearing from the interested parties, from what we're hearing from the beta testers, we understand that there are little bits and pieces in there that need to be changed a little bit. Some of the categories might need to be changed. Some more information needs to be put in there. So we're learning through this process. We intend to take the feedback that we receive here today from the board members, from the public, along with written comments and results from a beta test that we are in the middle of that Mr. Fruz will talk about here shortly, and regroup and figure out what changes we actually need to make to the policy. And then we will come back to the board and to our interested parties, brief everybody, consult with everybody again, go through the process, and come back with another draft in early 2024. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for giving us the time to present what we have here today. I'd like to thank the public for being here in person and virtually, and I'll hand it off to Mr. Afrouz, and if we could start the presentation, we can dive in.
Thank you, Amanda, and good morning, everyone. Next slide, please.
And I think that microphone might be a little weak, so you may need to have it a little close to you as well. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hello? Okay. So in my presentation today, I will go over the proposed municipal stormwater cost policy. I'll describe its background, scope, and objectives. I will briefly go over the standardized cost categories, show some snapshots of the cost estimator tool we developed, and I will wrap up with next steps for policy adoption. Next slide, please. As you are all aware, the annual reporting of permit implementation cost is a requirement for phase 1 MS4 permits. And inconsistent with the permit provisions, most phase 1 MS4 permittees do report their permit implementation cost. However, the format specified in the permit itself are not consistent, and in many cases are not descriptive enough. On the other hand, phase 2 permittees currently do not have any reporting requirements for their cost. And this is true for both traditional phase 2 permittees, like cities or municipalities, and also for non-traditional phase 2 MS4s that might include universities, parks, hospitals, and other entities. This inconsistency in data collection and reporting leads to limited use of the cost data, and it remains unclear how permittees' cost directly relates to their permit elements. And it also presents difficulties for the regional board as they make cost considerations when reissuing a permit or adding new permit requirements. Considering these challenges, in 2018, the California State Auditor highlighted a need for statewide cost reporting guidance. Additionally, in 2020, the researchers from Environmental Finance Center at the Sac State University highlighted that a lack of standardized reporting across and even within the regions is a challenge for estimating municipal spendings for MS4 permit implementations. And all this led to State Water Board to identify this project as a priority in 2021, and STORMS was tasked to develop a standardized cost reporting requirements for municipal stormwater permittees. Next slide, please. So the goal of this policy is to impart better transparency in the cost reporting. And we propose doing so by providing a standardized cost reporting framework for phase 1 and traditional phase 2 MS4 permittees. And such standardized annual expenditure information, we believe, will help the water boards understand the true implementation cost of various permit elements, and it could also help the regional boards to estimate the cost of new permit requirements. Next slide, please. So this slide highlights the steps we followed as we developed the proposed policy and associated cost categories. As I mentioned before, the development of the policy was prompted by a 2018 audit. We reviewed the audit recommendations, all associated permits, all the phase 1 MS4 permits, and the statewide phase 2 permit, and select annual reports submitted by the permittees to the regional boards. Based on that, we performed case studies and held a workshop last year to gather feedback from the permittees. We also had one-on-one conversations with the staff from each regional board to discuss the potential use of the cost data. All these discussions inform the draft policy and associated cost categories. And currently, we are in the process of beta testing the proposed categories and the cost reporting tool. I'll talk a little more about that as I go into my presentation. Next slide, please. Here is an overview of the proposed policy. This policy, if adopted, would establish a statewide cost reporting requirements for phase 1 and traditional phase 2 MS4 permittees. The non-traditional phase 2 MS4 permittees were excluded from this requirement, and we did so considering that the non-traditional phase 2 MS4 permittees has a wide range of entities included into them. So the variability in the type of entities involved would make it difficult to understand the implications of the collected cost data. And if adopted, the policy would also require permittees to use a statewide cost reporting tool to submit their annual expenditures for MS4 permit implementation. However, I'd like to note here that the policy itself is not self-implementing. So the water boards would need to incorporate the proposed policy and the reporting method into future MS4 permits to make it reporting method mandatory. That being said, a 13383 investigative order may be issued after the adoption of the policy. In that case, permittees may be required to report as early as 2025. Next slide, please. As we develop the cost categories and the reporting method, our goal was to develop a list of cost categories that is detailed enough to accomplish the project objectives, and at the same time, flexible enough for the permittees to track their cost with reasonable efforts. Keeping this goal in mind, and based on our literature review and discussion with the interested parties, we propose two separate lists of cost categories. The first list is for phase 1 MS4 permittees, 11 cost categories with additional subcategories. And the second list contains 5 cost categories for phase 2 MS4 permittees only. The primary difference between the list for phase 1 versus the list for traditional phase 2 is the level of details in accounting. Traditional phase 2 MS4 permittees do have the option to take advantage of the detailed accounting proposed for phase 1 permittees. And we included this option based on the initial response we got from the beta test participants. Next slide, please. Here are the proposed categories for phase 1 MS4 permittees. We have 11 categories. The 4 categories are mostly different minimum control measures. Aside from that, we have trash management, water quality monitoring, special programs. Most of these categories are very common to MS4 permits around the state. But I would like to point out that trash management could seem a new category. We included this category to track costs associated with all trash capture, including street sweeping. And we have proposed a special programs category. The goal of this category is to address the diverse program that we have around the state to make a spot for them to report unique programs they have in their own permits. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, the phase 1 MS4 permits, the list for phase 1 MS4 permit have some subcategories. And we propose these subcategories to get detailed cost information for some selected permit-specific activities. These activities include, but are not limited to, reporting cost, structural BMP implementation cost, street sweeping, integrated pest management, emergency and spill response cost, outfall monitoring, and BMP monitoring. And this list of subcategories are not final, and we're still getting helpful feedback from the beta test volunteers on these subcategories, which will inform the final list of subcategories. Next slide, please. Considering no existing cost requirement for phase 2 MS4 permittees, we propose a more streamlined approach for phase 2 permittees. And as you can see, there's 5 categories with no subcategories. And we combined all minimum control measures under one category. Along with that, we have program management, water quality monitoring, capital cost, and miscellaneous cost. Next slide, please. So all these categories, for all these categories and reporting method, we developed a cost submittal tool that permittees can use. And I would like to note here that this is a standalone tool separate from SMARTS. And one of the primary benefits of this tool to have cost data in a machine-readable format, which can be compiled or analyzed to answer management or regulatory questions, as opposed to the existing system we have of having cost data in a PDF. We tried our best to make this tool as user-friendly as possible. This is a simple tool, survey-based, with a series of questions, and each cost category has its own page. Permittees can save their data and return later to complete their cost submittal. Currently, we are beta testing this tool as well, and we will be developing a frequently asked questions sections or FAQ section and help text to describe the categories and subcategories. And we really appreciate the help from the beta test participants for that. Next slide, please. We have been working with these 12 permittees for the beta test. 10 of them are phase 1, and 2 of them are phase 2, traditional phase 2. We're grateful for the time and efforts they have put into this, and looking forward to working with them for the rest of the beta testing period. Next slide, please. So going back to the cost submittal tool, here is an example category page for phase 1 MS4 permittees. Category number 1, overall program management and administration. For this category, we have subcategories. So the permittees will have to report their cost or break down their cost in 2 different ways. As 1A, as you can see on the left of the slide, line items. So they will break down their cost under different line items. And at 1B, on the right of the slide, you have subcategories. They will also use the subcategories to break down their total category-specific cost. Unlike the subcategories, these line items are also tentative, and these are subject to change based on the comments we received from all interested parties, including beta tester. Next slide, please. Here's the same category for phase 2 MS4 permittees. As you can see, we only have line items, no subcategory specifications. And we recognize this introduction of these line items and subcategories would require an initial resource investment for the permittee side. The phase 1 permittees would need to adjust their accounting and reporting method to align with the proposed system. Traditional phase 2 permittees would need to start tracking and reporting their permit implementation cost. However, we believe once the initial investment is made, it will be the same level of effort to report or easier. Next slide, please. As Amanda mentioned before, the draft policy and the staff report are out for public comments. The due date for the public comments of the draft policy is noon Thursday, October 3rd, 2023. We did extend the comment period by 15 days. Comments can be submitted to the email address commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. And the public notice, we put the link here, contain all the information needed on how to submit comments. Next slide, please. Currently, the beta test is ongoing, as I mentioned, and will be completed in October this year. And we're conducting targeted outreach to the disadvantaged and tribal communities inconsistent with the Assembly Bill 2108 to address environmental justice aspect of the proposed policy. And we are currently in the middle of the public comments period, and based on the feedback we received from interested parties, we plan to revise the proposed categories as needed. And we plan to come back before the board for an adoption hearing in early 2024. Again, I will make the point here that for the interim period, if the policy gets adopted, for the interim period after the adoption and the reporting requirements put into the permit, a potential 13383 order may be issued. Next slide, please. Thanks for attending this workshop. If you have any questions about the projects or the policy or the documents, please reach out to us or reach out to me or my supervisor, Amanda McGee. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rafruz, and thank you, Ms. McGee. I appreciate the work that's gone on into this and know that stormwater, we're all increasingly trying to make really a valued resource within the state. And I know the MS4 permits have been a source of tension, certainly with the locals around all this. But what I hope that this data and this better sensitivity to the costs around it help inform the potential and ultimately the more inspired discussion around how we really turn this into a resource. And I'm a firm believer that this work can help be a driver of that. They don't have to be at odds or in competition with really in common goals. And the regulatory framework here provides a space, data, and information for us to get better at the specifics of getting projects into the ground and really seeing this discussion continue to transform. And I just really want to acknowledge and appreciate a lot of the leadership here in the room for engaging on this work, even if it's not easy to completely compare and have equitable data to compare across what are very different circumstances in cities and local cost pressures. That here, hopefully, though, we get a better sense, and we can get to funding better as well by being a little more explicit as to what it's going to take to not just meet the floor of the regulation, but again, this more inspired discussion around making stormwater a resource in the state. So just appreciate the work that's gone into it, and looking forward to hearing from folks here on the project. Any comments or questions from folks? Vice Chair, please.
I just wanted to set the stage a little bit for when you're hearing from commenters. I think there's a couple areas that we'd be interested during the written comment period and oral comments today or in the future on. Does it make sense for us to split phase 1 and phase 2? We did that as a recognition of the costs and effort to small phase 2s, but it does limit the ability for them to describe their program in more detail. I think what you've heard, I really appreciate the staff's effort over the last few months to set up a beta testing, because what I think we're finding is that we didn't get everything exactly right, and the categories and subcategories need to be adjusted, and that's exactly what the beta testing is about. I believe that the staff has proposed a pretty aggressive schedule from the time the beta testing's over to bring it to the board in February, early spring. I'd like to hear back from folks and from you all on that schedule a little bit, because I put a lot of pressure on these folks to have things move forward, but that speed does compress some of the time issues along with getting it right. And then finally, the issue of how do we implement this? I think what we learned a lesson with the trash policy, that when you adopt a policy that goes into an MS4, it might be 10 years before all those MS4s are adopted. They don't happen in the 5-year time frame, and we need to think about the advisability of issuing a information request order so that folks get started on it even before it's required in the permit, essentially jump-starting that requirement. So those are some things to think about. I don't expect, responses. I just think there's, as you hear from people and as we get comments, to think about as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Appreciate that. Anything further from the dais before we start to hear from folks? Vice Chair, please.
Well, thank you, Chair, for your comments, and Mr. Bishop as well. So I've really been looking forward to today because I have felt since coming to the board that we need to do a better job analyzing cost. And so this storms project is nested in a place where it makes sense because of the Clean Water Act. But I think that, and some of the provisions, as far as economic consideration, but what I would hope to do when you go back and look at revisions to the document is maybe tell the story a little bit more as to the purpose. And I've got the policy here with, there's 4 clauses, but I think that explaining the utility of this would be helpful. It's, yes, there's a perspective about using stormwater as a resource and for us to have, better information. But I think from all perspectives, all stakeholders' perspectives, this is important information for us to have because it allows us to compare apples to apples. It allows us to hopefully get economic considerations a little bit closer to the true cost. And from a regulated community perspective, it allows the regulated community to make its case and for the NGO community maybe to counter that as to the utility of certain requirements in the actual MS4. And so I think just figuring out a way to tell that story as to the potential utility. And I don't know if this would be possible because I believe the Clean Water Act is just focused on stormwater with respect to this, but I think there's utility for us program-wide. So the reason I've been so excited about this project is that if we get this right and the regulated community gets used to, this is just another thing that you have to report, it's part of the process, it's transparent, it helps us to make better decisions, then why wouldn't we use something like this in other areas where we may not be required to, but it's just a good idea from a public policy perspective.
And, I neglected to say that this is the first part of a two-part process that this is the collecting of the data, and then the second part is guidance to the regional boards on how to use that data in evaluating the costs of the permits and making decisions on new or revised requirements based on the cost impact. And so it is the first stage. And the second stage is the harder one. How do you actually take all that data and analyze it and use it in making permit decisions? But that's the part that's most important to everyone. And I do see this as a potential model for our other programs. I'm not yet figured out how it's going to be used for other programs, but I think we need to take this first step before we can get there.
Right, and I think that it's just helpful to have that be part of the story in the policy, and then also as we do stakeholder outreach. For example, what really was a motivating factor in my request at our priority settings discussion that we do something on economic analysis before Mr. Bishop, you came up with that this would be a good place to nest it. Of course, as the ag member on the board, I hear from the ag community, and there's a lot of stakeholders that are not necessarily involved in this round of MS4 or stormwater at all that would be very motivated to be involved in the discussion. And so I think it's more to do, but there's a potential stakeholder group that's out there that potentially could be supportive of this, if done correctly, within reason.
Appreciate that, Vice Chair, and agree that this can be an opportunity for us to get a little more experience, grow a little muscle, if you will, around the economics, the economic side of our discussions. And the only thing I would just flag is that an over focus on costs can sometimes be at a detriment to really the benefit side. That's where it's also really important if we're having a real balancing discussion with the data to understand, what is then the benefit side, and that's even harder here than as we've found here on the cost side. So that's the only caution I have as we approach the work. Board member.
Yes, thank you. Good comments. I too agree that it's going to be incredibly beneficial to get better resolution and consistency around the data cost reporting statewide for this potentially, and maybe for other programs as well. I was going to ask the question, have we ever done this before? And I think I know the answer. And Jonathan Bishop is shaking his head no. So that's what I thought. And, as I'm thinking about this, telling the whole story part, I am reflecting that this is the first step, but even looking at this, it only looks retrospectively at costs that were incurred by the MS4s. It doesn't look prospectively at costs that may be incurred in the future. And I know that has been, capital improvement costs, different investments that agencies are looking to make, and also cost constraints in terms of funding limitations and, funding capacity to actually meet the needs and expectations of these permits. So I think maybe in phase 2, Jonathan, or step 2, we don't want to use phase too much, but the second part of this, or wherever it makes sense, getting a better sense for how this information will be used, but also are there other pieces of information that would really be instructive in informing this type of decision making in terms of where the limitations are, what are we seeing, how because ultimately we're going to see, I think, a wide swath of different implementation approaches from all the different MS4s, from the phase 1s and phase 2s. It's going to be all over the place in terms of their experience and how they've tried their best and put their diligence into meeting the expectations of the permit. And so I think that's going to be a challenge to untangle. But we also have to be mindful of the future and really where we're going through this iterative process in stormwater management, and realizing stormwater as a resource. So that's, I guess, my other thought here just initially is, will we get enough information to understand where there's discretionary actions taking place versus regulated, mandated actions? And maybe that's in there, but to the point about stormwater as a resource versus meeting a Clean Water Act, TMDL, or other water quality requirement, will it be clear enough to understand where those dollars are being invested?
That's an unknown question at the moment. It appears that we have categories that allow for discussion on capital projects and the ability to include, stormwater capture and infiltration. Those would need to be included because they provide dual purpose, both Clean Water Act compliance and water resilience. But what we may find when we gather that data that is to make it more useful for future actions, we might need to make some tweaks, but I can't yet make that determination.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Board Member.
Oh,
Board
sorry.
Member
Just
Bell.
building on this good conversation. And thinking about how we, the ultimate use of this and the model here that we're learning about. I think if we really are looking at using this to inform decision-making, I always do worry about, are we getting really good data on cost, and as the chair said, but not great data on the benefit, and particularly, water as a resource in the resiliency side. So I just would want to think about, as we're putting all these resources into the cost side, how we are going to be able to get good information to help inform that conversation.
Thank you, Board Member. We have some commenters that we can begin to go to, and I'm sure have continued robust discussion here, so I appreciate this. Next, first, let's call up Grant Sharp. Will be followed by Heidi Neigemeyer, and then Karen Cohen. Would you like to swap those? Yeah, that's fine. So Heidi Neigemeyer go first, then? Okay, Karen. Karen would like to, Ms. Cohen, by all means, please come up. Yes, yeah. You may need to turn on that mic if it hasn't been turned on yet. Sorry about that. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Byproduct of usually doing this virtually. Forget how to do it in person. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Karen Cowan. I'm the Executive Director of the California Stormwater Quality Association. So we have a presentation for you, but that was really great conversation. So I think before I even launch into some of the things I was going to say, I want to kind of respond to some of the questions or ideas you all posed. So Mr. Bishop asked about feedback on splitting between phase 1 and phase 2s. I think that's something, we'll go back and we've been kind of talking about. We have obviously our phase 2 community. We've been talking about the comments here and looking at that with a sharper lens. So I think that's probably something we can address in the written comment letter. On the beta testing and the scheduling, I think that is something that we had already sort of had flagged, and I'm with you, John. I can try and do the same thing, which is sometimes you got to push, but at the same time, where's the right balance to making sure you have enough time to get it right? So I'd say that's sort of some of the things for us. Like some of the commenters coming later will be people who have been participating in the beta test. So we're here in the workshop phase, but we haven't really gotten through the beta test yet. So I think for us, our question would be the next time we have this conversation to make sure there is at least enough time that feedback can be taken into consideration. And the question on how do we implement, again, that's something we'll go back and we'll think about more holistically. But to your point, sort of on trash, John, and how you guys go forward, I think the one thing I could say off the top of my head is that if there are other things outside of a permit that ask for things to be done, to make sure that when it comes into the permit itself, that they're linked. So that way it's not like we asked you to do this over here and then the permit says something different or doesn't build on that. So I'd say that would be my, off the top of my head, one initial thought back. And then I'll start with the thank you and the recognition, of course, for stormwater as a resource that is near and dear to what our vision is. And I would also say the rest of our vision is how we are framing all of our thoughts and comments on anything, but even in particularly here today. And I'll get more into some of the cost benefit that some of the comments we have too, but I did just want to note that the addressing stormwater as a resource on the benefit side, we actually have a project ongoing right now to start to quantify that. And we're working with a team of economists to do that because it is a rather important thing, because on the cost side, like when we go to the legislature and say, hey, this is really important, we need you to invest in it. Right now we could say, here's how much it costs to do a particular project. But what we can't yet say, but we'll be able to say, is this is the economic value to the community to do that. And that's not a small thing. And even the project we're doing, I'd say, is the first step down that road. But I think it's really, really important.
I really appreciate that, Ms. Cohen, especially the exchange that you heard here. And I'm wondering if our folks have had a chance to provide kind of a technical plug on that side, just because if we are churning on the cost side, if there's some connective tissue there that'd be appropriate, glad to, I think, make sure our folks were there too.
Yeah, Amanda's well aware of that project. So
Okay,
we're in the economists are doing their economist thing right now. So we are, I think Sean will be at the conference, there will be a presentation about sort of where that's going, but we're hoping to have that initial report done, I think, by the end of this calendar year. And then we'll see where we kind of go from there. But it's, there's a lot of different benefits. Quantifying them all is a little hard. There's different benefits in different regions, right? Like what could be beneficial in the Central Valley might be different than the Bay Area and Southern California. But we're definitely starting down that road. All right, so if we can pull up the presentation now, I think, into the presentation portion. So normally you hear pretty much directly from me, and we talk with the permittees ahead of time, and all that feedback gets incorporated. So we do all the same work, but you'd usually just hear from me. This one's a little different, right? This gets into the actual operations for municipalities. So not myself actively today working for a municipality, we're going to talk about, or at least I'm going to talk about some big picture policy stuff, but then we do have a bunch of municipalities who are going to really get into sort of their perspective because they're the ones on the accounting side will have to be implementing. And I also appreciate the notice on the intention of the guidance document. I think that's one of the things that we may and probably still will put in the comment letter. And I know Nabil had it, and I was wondering if that was about the tool itself. And then I think John mentioned about getting to the next stage of guidance for the regional board. So I would say we'll be thinking about specifically what guidance we think needs to happen, because I think to get to some good consistency, there will be a necessary guidance. All right, next slide, please. Can I do that, by the way? Is there a clicker over here? Do I have to? No? Okay. Thank you. All right, so I used a sediment sieve because hopefully we're all, I'd say, geeky enough that this resonates with all of us. I try using this in my personal life. It doesn't go over as well. But the idea, right, is you take this bucket of sediment, you chuck it in the top, it's filled with everything, and you shake it down, and you get from the coarser stuff down to the finer stuff. And I would say no matter what we're doing, whether it's this policy, any policy, strategic planning, whatever we're trying to do, it's a good framework. I use the word framework, but a good process to sort of go through mentally. So the idea at the top, right, the big thing is being really clear on what it is that we want to achieve, what decisions do we want to make. That's the most important part, because once we're clear on that, then we can drop down to the next level is the framework, right? Like what information do we need to know? What actions do we need to do to make those decisions or have those outcomes? And then hopefully, like any good process, we have an assessment and refinement where you just don't go forward. You say, is this doing what I needed to do? How do I tweak? How do I modify? How do I make it better? So that's sort of the general context of where our comments are going to come from, is starting here at the top level and then kind of working down a little bit. Okay, next slide, please. So to help us walk through those things. It's up in the right-hand corner, so we're going to talk about goals. I'm sorry, I forgot that someone else has to do this for me, so there's animation. Next. All right, so the draft policy has a purpose statement. Sort of in short, is to estimate, track, and report annual expenditures in a consistent manner. I think just at that level, that's where some of the MS4s were like, well, what are we going to do with the data? Because collecting it is one thing, but then using it is another. So the next, please. The policy does have a couple uses of the data. Next, please. There's 3. So this first one is informing essentially permitting decisions. That would be a water board use of the data. Next, please. The second is helping MS4s in justifying stormwater funding measures. And the third is getting to some environmental justice analysis, and that would be a water board use. So that 1, 2, 3 is going to follow when we get into the next slide, but we try to organize sort of some of our thoughts around that. So next slide, please. So what the MS4s did is said, okay, so if we just start with the goal of standardized data through the MS4 lens, like what would be our hope of how that data would be used? Like where could and should we start? And this slide initially said phase 1, and for the same reason, as board member McGuire pointed out, I thought, oh, that would be confusing. And stage would have been a better word because part 1 sounds interesting. But anyway, part 1, stage 1, phase 1, first step, whatever we're going to call it. Next, please. So that highlighted text, well, the first part that's not highlighted, that is what the purpose statement is in the policy itself. So through the lens of the MS4s, the idea would be to determine what it costs to implement each municipal stormwater program as required by the applicable permit. Next, please. And that is consistent with what the state auditor report initially requested, is obtaining adequate and consistent information on the stormwater program management costs. So on that portion, that's where we feel like that initial 2 is really important. And Heidi Niggemeier, who's going to talk next from the city of Salinas, is actually going to talk about for 10 years plus what they've been doing and the benefits that just from getting that consistent cost information has provided to their municipality. So separately, this is sort of a separate track a little bit outside of the policy. I know we all have this shared common goal, which is, again, getting towards the justifying what municipalities might need to go out for a local funding measure. And I believe as board member McGuire, who noted that what the policy here is doing is it's a retroactive, right? What did you spend to implement your program? And the needs assessment really is a little bit fundamentally different, right? It is a fundamentally different question, which is not just what you have spent, but what do you need to spend? And when we especially look at stormwater programs and the infrastructure costs and where we ultimately want to go, that longer time frame really is critically important. And that's also something we are working on. It's a project that we have, is to try to come up with a framework for municipalities to actually report a need. So I would say what you're spending is one part of it, but it's not the full real picture. There is, EPA does one, right? The Clean Watershed Needs Survey. So it's all water sectors. Has been a little difficult for the stormwater sector. In fact, I think from the last report, like the stormwater nationwide number went down. Like that's a process issue. That's not a needs issue. And we don't really have one here in California. So our thought was we need to really put a framework out there so we can start to put a need number out there.
Thank you for doing that. I know, here we're at the board very aware of how critical our drinking water needs assessment was to really driving and informing and creating solutions ultimately. And part of that was a cost assessment. So I agree with you that in a way, we're kind of taking one piece here, a very hard piece, trying to really address it. But I think and here, as we just, discussed yesterday, are embarking on a wastewater needs assessment as well. Not to throw yet another thing in there, but I think it would be helpful for us to be thinking about some of this work in the context of needs too. So as you embark on that, we can, certainly, I see at a future point, be better building off of that in a little more intentional way as we're doing in these other spaces that we have. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Next, please. So looking towards the future, stage 2, part 2, phase 2. This is the other 2 goals that are in the policy in terms of how the data would be used. So once you get to the cost portion, then the next part would be, and as a consideration, and these are 2 important words, effectiveness and appropriateness of permit requirements at the time of permit adoption or reissuance. And that, we think, gets to the state auditor reports. It's in the title of the document itself, is essentially necessary and appropriate. Those are pretty big questions. I think that's all where we very much all want to get to, but that's a big difference between what does it cost to implement the permit as written, as opposed to now we're going to consider effectiveness of permit requirements to get us to bigger picture goals of the permit itself and the appropriateness of that, which considers, I believe, Chair Esquivel, you said this as well. It's not just the cost portion, right? But it's the benefit, which I would say is like the effectiveness. Like, why are we doing what we are doing? Because if something costs a lot of money, that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad if it's super effective. If something's super ineffective and doesn't cost a lot of money, that also is not a great outcome. So we view that as sort of, it's tough to do in this first swipe, is to really get into that effectiveness, because I think there's a lot of discussion all of us would like to have about what that really means. And that's probably a bigger discussion than just what data are you collecting from a cost perspective. And if you click next, I think if you, from our perspective, if you look at it, hopefully it'll pop up. I'm so sorry for the animation. Is the first two are really, again, about mostly cost, right? Like, that's what are you spending you can get your arm around. And the benefit portion does get significantly trickier, but really is ultimately where we really, really, really need to get to. So that way we do meet the full goal of that state audit report of necessary and appropriate. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the next part down in the framework. So I guess I'll start with saying that until all of the beta testing is done, and as we're kind of just going through what's been put out so far, that's going to come out in the written comments. So we're sort of, again, even though I'm talking about the framework, is looking at this as a high level of what is in the staff report right now. So there's 11 categories and 22 subcategories, which are further broken down by 7 additional line items. So from our beta testers, their summary report back is that's 103 separate reporting requirements that they've been working through in the beta test. Next, please. And that comes out of reporting by the category name and then the line item, which is 77 reporting line items, and then reporting by the category name and the subcategory, which is 26 reporting items. And if you sum that up, that's how you get to the 103. Next, please. So the key questions, I think, when we talk about the framework, regardless if it was, one reporting item or a million, the question would be, are these the data needed to make the decisions, right? So reflecting back up to what our goals are we collecting the right data to make the right decisions, and linking back up to the goals. And the next one is about what level of refinement do we need to make decisions? So again, not even going through what the exact ones are, but do we need 103 separate reporting requirements to inform what we're trying to have the cost reporting data do? And if the answer is yes, and it's a conscious one, that's good. The other one is 103 really is kind of a large number. I think of it in terms of how I report my time. All of us hopefully report our time in some way. And we do that because we are trying to make particular decisions. Sometimes it might be to get paid, right? If you report your time. Other times, if you're salaried, it's just figure out, where's my time going? How much does it take to do this? How much does it take to do that? And at different levels, you kind of report it, different levels of refinement, right? So what I report to our members is the highest level, then the board of directors gets sort of the next level down. And then I might make conscious decisions internally that I might make some other dig down a segments of a little bit deeper. So I know what I'm making my management decision. So it's sort of, that's how I'd roll it back up is, again, how much refinement do you need to make the decisions which are linked to your goals? And one of the questions that came out of talking to the MS4 community when they were looking at the 103 separate reporting requirements is the quality of data you get when you're at that level of refinement. So, if you're spending an hour doing something, where do you charge it to? When you have 103 potential options or combinations, that not everybody's going to make similar decisions. And at some point you start to get into a little bit potential of a quality control issue. Okay, next, please. All right, so that basically sums up everything for me. So now you're going to hear from the MS4s. So if this helps you, this is sort of the order we were hoping folks would go in. So Heidi Niggemeyer from the City of Salinas is going to talk about their cost reporting at the city and the benefits that they've experienced over the last 10 years and some feedback or perspectives on what the draft policy is. Sean McNeil from the City of Santa Rosa. City of Santa Rosa has been a beta testing city. So they're going to reflect, they've also been doing cost reporting for a bit, and then also part of the beta testing and their reflections. And then Lisa Moretti from the City of Sacramento on behalf of the Sacramento Stormwater Quality Partnership is going to give some feedback as a larger city. And then Bruce Hamamoto, who I believe should be remote with the County of Los Angeles, is going to provide a experience from a large county.
Can I ask a question before?
Yep, please, by all means,
Sorry,
board
just
member.
while you're up here and before we get into digging into folks, which I'm really looking forward to. But so just I love the big picture categories and sort of thinking about effectiveness and appropriateness and also forward thinking needs assessment and all that you all as a community are already doing to be able to really articulate for everyone the kinds of investments too that we're going to need. So I guess I'm curious whether it's, we've talked about this particular reporting requirements that we're doing, that we're focused on for this hearing. We're talking about, or we've heard about efforts you're doing on, or you're leading around kind of needs assessment and then, benefits. I'm wondering if this is probably a ongoing discussion around this, but big picture, as we're thinking about how we use this or interpret this data, there's, and I think this is what some of the board member McGuire and others were kind of asking how we tease out is, there's certainly requirements that are required for water quality protection by the permit. And that is very clearly regulatory costs, right? Or cost of compliance. There's also probably a big area of kind of multi-benefit projects where you have some discretion on what your strategies are, how investments are, and there's a lot of discretion there. And the point is we want there to be, and I'm sure each of the permittees are looking for those multi-benefits so that they're making the best use of their resources. But that's where some of these benefits come in because, you'd want to do it in a way where you're getting a huge value from the benefits too. And then I guess thirdly, there's, these equity considerations of understanding how investments are made and who's benefiting. And, I think there's a lot of increased focus on things like green infrastructure in areas where there's heat islands and all these really great, I think, equity-focused initiatives. But just to help us, I think, understand it within all these separate efforts, not all of that fits in this exact thing that we're talking about here, but it does fit in this broader effort that you've kind of outlined in your introduction here. So I'm just curious where you see those fitting and how you can see us starting to tease out and understand those. I think the second two categories, right? This sort of like discretionary multi-benefit category of how do we start to tease that out, and then more of this equity piece as we're trying to paint a picture for all of us on decision-making and understanding investments and costs, bigger picture. It's a big question,
I was just going to say, just give me the softball question. So, I would say on the benefit side, this is really sort of off the cuff. I think it's bigger questions for all of us to be very specific on what the goal is for an MS4 permit. Because I think, right, that we're working off of a permitting structure from the original one, right? Like those 6 MCMs are the how we started. So I think that starts to get to the question of like, well, what's required versus what do we want to be doing? kind of gets to what do you want an MS4 permit to be? And it's a really important question. It's a really big question that I think all of us want to ask and work towards when it's in our vision, right? It's what we want to do as well. So that's why I think we have to figure out when we do that, how we do that, collaboratively do that, because I think that's how we're going to really get to what we want. And prioritizing stormwater capture, viewing it as a resource, is really starting to think about what the goal is for an MS4 permit and how do we write it? Because it's kind of not written through that lens right now. The second on equity, it's another really good question. And I would say that there's a lot of parts to it, right? So there's who might be spending what, where, and why. And then I would say the other side too is what funding is available to different communities to invest in the first place, right? And I know in the other water sectors, there's since we don't have ratepayers, I'm going to blank on what it's actually called, right? But you probably know off the top of your head, but it's basically like, what can the local community, what's the ratepayer burden? And that's part of the economic factor that goes in, right? So I would say from an equity lens, both sides of that probably would be a really important part of the discussion, not just what is being spent in different communities, but what can the community bear, whether it's through expenditures of their general fund or whether it would be through a stormwater fee, because both of those are important. Do we answer that through what you do in the first phase of the cost reporting? I would say it'd be kind of tough to do, but I think it lays the blocks to get us to those longer term goals.
Great. Yeah, thanks. And I think just for me, this discussion's been helpful for thinking about how maybe we integrate with the efforts that you're doing, think about our own efforts that we're doing for the sort of making sure we're collecting the data or analysis to help the second step, not phase, of thinking about how we use this to inform decision-making in our regulatory programs, and then ideally outside of the board's control as well in terms of the legislature and other policymaker investments. So, okay, thanks for that, and I look forward to the next testimony.
Any other questions?
Thank you, board member.
Before I,
Seeing none other, so we can begin your other panelists. Thank you.
all right, thank you.
All right, I'm excited about this. So good morning, everybody. I'm Heidi Niggemeyer, and I'm from the city of Salinas, and we're a Phase 1 community, and we have had fiscal reporting in our permits since 2012. And before we continue, I just want to let you know what we have to do. So we have like 11 elements that we have to, categories that have some few subcategories that we have to report on every year on what the costs are. And then we also have to report out what our capital improvement projects are that are planned for stormwater, what those costs are, and how much our next year's budget is actually allocating towards those capital improvement projects. And then we also have to report out, like on a little pie graph, of where the sources of our money is coming from, like gas tax or general fund, et cetera. We also had, in speaking of collaborative efforts, we also had the wonderful opportunity to actually collaborate for our 2019 permit with the Central Coast Water Board. So we're really happy about that. So I, as a stormwater program manager, am speaking just for myself in that I'm actually kind of pleased with how our permit turned out. But, it's still a permit, so you're still going to have people who say stuff about that. So first of all, in having the experience of having done fiscal reporting for such a long time, I can tell you obviously that there's a lot of benefit to it. You start to get a grasp about what your true costs of implementation of your permit program are. You can actually have really good conversations with your electeds and with your management and actually with grantors on what your costs are. And if you ever wanted to work towards a stormwater utility, Howard Jarvis is going to make sure you have a good administrative record, so you better know what your costs are for your stormwater program. let's see. Oh, and also I think it's wonderful that we're taking into account economic consideration because we're all implementing our permits to the maximum extent practicable. And in that definition, economic factors is definitely a piece of that. So in the process of fiscal reporting, the city of Salinas used to have a very onerous annual report, but now we've streamlined our annual reporting process with our new stormwater information management system. That said, our fiscal reporting requires at least 2 solid months of trying to collect data for getting our fiscal reporting done for our annual report. One concern, this is just a data note, one concern that the city of Salinas has is we worked with the water board and we think it's really good that our permit is on a water year basis. So we are on October 1 through September 30th. So for us having to do a fiscal analysis on a fiscal year basis would screw everything up and it would be not complete at all. It wouldn't be a complete picture for our stormwater program. So it would be wonderful if we could at least have the consideration that when we do our fiscal analysis that we are allowed to do it on what our permit year is. Stormwater programs do not have a lot of staff. And we aren't accountants and we're not financial planners. So it is difficult to try and get this information every year. I did say we were on the water year and
If I can ask, actually, apologize to interrupt, what would be the category or the kind of data point that seems to take the most, staff time? What is the hardest amongst them, or just trying to get a feel?
they all take a lot of time, but I would say your municipal maintenance takes a large amount of time. And then your construction, implementation, and your plan review. Those take the most. All the other pieces kind of fall out of, if you do your municipal maintenance piece, then all the other pieces like illicit discharge and all of those start to fall out. So there's 2 points that I wanted to make today, and the first one is, first of all, we're okay with the categories and some of the subcategories that were listed in the policy. We do believe asset management should be its own category, but we're pretty good with that. But one point we really want to make is, after having done this for so long, I really recommend that we really try and stay out of the weeds. And when I mean staying out of the weeds, there are some of the items that are in those line items, A through G, that just really take you into the weeds. And cities and counties just don't work that way in refining their information down to that degree. A perfect example is municipal maintenance. Your maintenance workers come in every day, they get a list of things that they're supposed to do, they are paid by a job source, a cost center, and they do all kinds of things all day long. And they don't come back and write down that they spend an hour and a half or 2 hours cleaning a catch basin. We tried, when I first started with Salinas 8 years ago, we tried to implement a cost coding system into our accounting program for timekeeping, and we found that that was absolutely almost impossible to do for municipal maintenance. So that's one thing you might want to take into consideration when you consider the degree of weediness you want to get with all of the data that you're collecting. Also, our time accounting program doesn't actually allow for us to do that. So we couldn't put these codes in there that people could actually, because it would work for some departments, but for municipal maintenance, there were so many codes already there just wasn't room enough to try and put new ones in. So we just did not have the capacity, so our system couldn't actually handle that. So just know that there are some cities and counties whose systems are not going to be able to handle the complexity or intricacy of some of the data that you're trying to collect. And then secondly, the point I would like to make is let's not collect superfluous information. And what I'm getting by that is some of the information that's been requested in this policy is, in my mind, just considered to be wish list information from the state water board or regional water boards. But I know it's not from our water board because we've already had these conversations, and I'll give you an example. Street sweeping. So in this policy, it states that you want us to collect the area swept, the type sweeper, the debris removed, et cetera. And this isn't related to cost reporting at all. I can tell you that our street sweeping program costs us about $1.2 million a year. But that, you don't need to know what type of sweeper I'm using and, the area that I'm sweeping. Our regulators will make sure that we sweep the areas we're supposed to sweep because it's in our permit and that's the way it is. But this information isn't even really related to effectiveness assessment. And I know that some regulators have wanted to collect this information. We collected it for years, and it really told us nothing. And let me tell you why. Is that you can have a street and you can drive down the middle of the street and you can collect a lot of debris, but that is not an effective program. The type of sweeper you use is important, but at least you have one. But the reality is that the only thing that really shows effectiveness is your curb accessibility. So all of this information and your area that you're going to sweep could potentially change according to how successful you are over time with your curb accessibility. So to me, this is just superfluous information that's asked to be collected. And actually, the Central Coast Water Board agreed with us, and they actually removed those requirements from our 2019 permit. So,
Mr. Bishop, I think, would like to
Yeah, can I
respond a bit
ask
to
a
that.
question? 'Cause,
Sure.
part of the whole issue about street sweeping is how do you divide street sweeping costs up? Because you don't street sweep just for stormwater control. You do it because you want a clean city. And so part of it is to comply with your permit, and part of it is to be responsive to your citizens' desire to have their streets swept. So how do we tease that out? I'm not interested in collecting data that is hard to find and is not useful, but I am also not interested in having every city say, well, all of our street sweepers, we're doing just to comply with the stormwater permit, because that's just not accurate. And so how do we differentiate that from your point of view?
are you asking me that question?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. You were looking forward, so I wasn't quite sure. So my initial take would be, first of all, are they getting to the curb? Because that's the real purpose of your MS4 permit. You can spend all the money in the world, but if you're not getting to the curb, then you're just spending a lot of wasted money. And that's what we've realized. But secondly, even if you have a minimal amount of sweeping and you do additional sweeping because of political reasons, because there are neighborhoods who want more sweeping, you're actually still protecting water quality, because if you're getting to the curb, you're removing debris from the curb, which will end up in your waterways anyway. So in my mind, all of the street sweeping program is actually a benefit for water quality, which is the whole reason we have the MS4 permit.
So I think your answer is that street sweeping ought to be, the whole cost of street sweeping ought to be charged to the MS4. It's
Yes.
a cost of compliance. And,
Yes.
and so,
Because it's too hard to parse out. So we have, for an example, we have 28 routes. And there might be a couple of neighborhoods over here who politically want us to sweep every week instead of every 2 weeks. How, as a program manager, am I supposed to keep track of, okay, what were the costs for those extra 2 weeks? Did we have more people? Did we have a different type of sweeper? That is not something parsable. I beg you to consider that stormwater teams are small,
yeah.
and we have a lot of responsibility. And so having to really parse out all these different pieces takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. And there's got to be an asymptote of where you have a cost benefit of parsing out this data.
I totally agree with you. And so that makes me think that as we gather this data, maybe the analysis ought to be on what is a reasonable percentage of the cost of street sweeping that is applied to the permit and what is considered part of your municipal services. Because before there was a permit, people did street sweeping. So we know that it's not only a function of the permit. I agree with you. Any street sweeping you do is helpful for water quality because you remove it from the street. So just thinking about how we use the data, and I appreciate your insights into the granularity of that may be an overkill.
Sure, and just a point to make is that before we had permits, requirements for street sweeping, we were doing street sweeping, but permit requirements now made it so that we actually have a much increased street sweeping frequency and a much bigger program. So if I were going to look at what would we do if we didn't have a permit program versus what would we do with our permit program, I would say that this would be like an 80-20 kind of thing. But because I really don't think that much sweeping would get done if we didn't actually have the requirements.
Really appreciate that exchange. Thank you both.
So I think that's it. And the 2 points I wanted to make is let's not get into the weeds. And let's please collect information that's actually related to cost reporting and not trying to get into some kind of effectiveness assessment, because that's its own permit piece in itself. And then it's good to have cost reporting within reason, which was mentioned earlier. So thank you very much for your time.
Definitely the goal, and appreciate that. And before you go, I think the Vice Chair may have a comment or question for you.
Well, first of all, thank you for taking the time to come to Sacramento today. It sounds like you've been doing this for a while, and so we can really learn from your experience. So remind us, how long have you been collecting this information?
We've been doing a fiscal analysis on our permits since 2012. So
Okay.
that would be, 11 years.
Okay, and so just looking at it from a practical perspective, because, one of the concerns, I think, is going to be, we're busy, we only have so many staff. Sometimes for the small communities, it's somebody that's doing, wearing multiple hats. And so what have you learned over this period in terms of how much staff do you have to have dedicated to collection of this information? And have you gotten better? Maybe the first year, the second year, it took a while because you were setting up systems and all that. But how long does it take now compared to the first couple of years?
So I wasn't there in 2012, so I don't know how they did it then. But when I came, we developed this spreadsheet tool that we use. And the first year we did it, it took probably a lot longer than 2 months. But now we hand it out to all the division managers. They're prepared. They're ready for it coming. But it still takes a lot of time to complete that tool. So, and to get all that information. And please know that the information that we're giving is a lot of estimated information. So if you get too far in the weeds, I can tell you as a program manager that the human action would be either to give you bad data or give you no data. So in my experiences, if you keep the categories reasonable and some subcategories, then that's information that we could actually report on. But then when you've got to split off overhead from personnel costs, I don't really have time for that.
And I just want to remind the board that pretty much, every MS4 has cost reporting in it. They've all been doing it to some degree or another. It sounds like Salinas's permit is organized and refined, and some of the permits are much less detailed.
Thank you again. Really appreciate this has been very helpful for us, and appreciate you coming here and continue to engage on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have any more questions?
I think we're set. Appreciate
Great.
it.
Thank
and
you.
I think we can then call up, I believe, Sean McNeil, who will be coming up next. Mr. McNeil.
Yeah. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Sean McNeil, and I'm speaking on behalf of the City of Santa Rosa and sharing our experience as a participant in the beta testing of the draft municipal stormwater cost policy. The city is supportive of the state board's efforts to develop consistency in reporting financial data. And as a manager of these systems, having good information about how our budgets are being spent is really important. But we really want to just kind of impress on you some of the challenges that we've had. So the city's has had cost reporting as a permit requirement starting in 1997. Over the subsequent permit terms, the amount of information required on these fields has grown, but the overall effort of financial reporting still only takes our staff about 10 hours a year to pull it together, and we have built systems to track this information. The city learned in March of this year that the state board needed beta testers, and we recognize the importance of the quality cost data related to permit compliance and overall stormwater management, and we eagerly joined the beta testing group. To date, the cost of permit compliance reporting has only covered our direct expenses. So this is my staff. So my staff in our stormwater program, we can have special codes for the work that they're doing, and we can work with certain groups. But we have challenges in working with other groups that have different codes that they have to charge time to. And what we find is many staff don't know what they're working on is actually related to the stormwater permit as you go down the organization chart in other groups. And it's embedded in our city code. It's embedded in our, some of these costs are embedded in our franchise agreement with our trash collector, so it's not, quite clear how that would work. And so our staff really dug in and really tried to meet all the requirements in this beta testing. So for instance, city building inspectors and plan reviewers primarily focused on fire, life, and safety will review plan submittals for an entire project, not just the elements specified in our MS4 permit. Furthermore, when an inspector goes out to inspect a job site and does a field visit for these inspections, they are additionally tasked with all the aspects of their review, and partial of that effort is actually stormwater BMP compliance. The staff time is not coded in a way that says how much time did they spend looking at the stormwater features, how much time did they spend reviewing these stormwater features and the construction BMPs on site. These are much more challenging as they walk onto site and how they track that information. And since they don't code their time that way, and as we're trying to collect that information, it's very difficult for us to translate that and roll that up into true cost expectation. And so when it's in our permit and we're doing our best to comply with our permit, it's an area that I'm saying that we're having a challenge meeting. Are we doing the work? We've written it into our code that can be evaluated and things like that. So some of our cost reporting is challenging. It's very important though. And our concern is that when we have these concerns, making these broad estimates of time might not get us to consistent cost reporting across the state. The city has done our best to start the recording amount of time taken on these complicated tasks, and we've reached out, and many departments have participated with us in this. And I will say we haven't gotten every department because it does affect every department in our city. That includes fire department, police department, our health, our housing departments, so all these entities working on behalf of us meeting our compliance with stormwater aren't really thinking what they're doing is related to our MS4 permit. And then our permit changes every 5 to 7 years. So then we'd need to re-educate all the way down up and down the organization chart so that they understand their relationships. So in the beta test, our first month of reporting took one staff person 61 hours just to compile the data. And that's just them getting the data from these other departments. It's not a tracking of I've already said how difficult it is for us to get them to track their time. Tracking their time became very difficult for them. So we spent 61 hours just compiling that. We built a bunch of spreadsheets to get this information. So the second month of our beta testing only took 40 hours to do it. And we are trying to do this in a month-to-month because what we're finding is some of our crews do have work orders and we can go back and mine that data, and that's easy to report. Some other groups don't have that same infrastructure, or they have totally different codes that aren't broken out by our MS4 permit compliance. And are not, the police, are very difficult to say what responsibility that they had with any of this. But they're very important to a lot of our compliance. When they come and do meet with our stormwater inspectors, that time is coded. They're charging us that part's there. It's, I think in the beta testing, we go a lot deeper than that. And so I just wanted to let you know some of the challenges that we've had. And I feel fortunate that our staff decided to do this in a month-to-month basis so that I have this information to share with you today. Because the pilot project isn't even done yet. It doesn't end until October. And I really think once we get that done, and you'll hear from others working on the pilot, that they aren't where the city is doing a month-to-month. They're trying to do it for the whole end. So they haven't really quite grappled with the challenges yet. But the beta test has yielded some significant feedback, and in collaboration with the State Water Resources Control Board, the city's hopeful that this partnership will have greater benefit for the Water Board and the 558 permittees statewide. In alignment with the Municipal Stormwater Cost Policy Staff Report dated August 2023, the City of Santa Rosa strongly supports the completion of the beta test before finalization of the cost reporting policy to share the lessons learned from the beta test and use of that information for the draft policy moving forward. We'd also suggest simplifying the process by removing some of the requirements to report all of the elements in A through G. And I believe staff recognizes this. Some of these elements are not only what is our staff cost, but what is the overhead costs related to that, as well as their benefits. So that's breaking it out, not like a worker, it's this worker who's on a family health plan, how much money did that cost us, and breaking that all down so that we have auditable results that show our permit compliance. So I think there's a lot that can be put into the guidance that we could provide information to the state board that would be useful in rolling up and gathering this information. But sometimes when we dig in so deep, it puts us in a compliance conundrum. Do we throw a bunch of time at putting this down and divert people from the actual actions that are having benefits on water quality and have them focused on solely this type of tracking our costs? And I do believe that there is a fine line. We all do that in our own personal finances and as you get closer and closer with those budgets, as I think a lot of municipal governments are facing right now, we are looking at where are we spending our money? How do we be wiser about that? And then we are taking many of our MS4 permit requirements and exporting them into different parts of our organization, making it harder for us to mine that information on the back end to give you those response. As I mentioned with our franchise agreement, they do all our street sweeping in the city. So we had staff who did street sweeping, and I could tell you how much staff hours we spent on street sweeping. I could tell you how much we spent on maintaining our street sweepers, and I could tell you what street sweepers they were using. Now we have a franchise agreement. I can tell you what street sweepers they're using. That's not a challenge, and I can tell you how often they're sweeping because that's in our agreement. And then harder is getting how much material are they picking up. Like that's a very difficult thing to get from our franchise agreement. And so there, I think this cost reporting is really on the right track. I think the state board is doing a great job pulling this together. And I really hope that having us working with state board staff, we can really make this a much better process than it has been so far. So with that, I just want to say thank you to the staff and the board for putting on today's workshop, and we look forward to sharing our input on this important policy.
Really appreciate the leadership, Mr. McNeil, and volunteering up for the beta testing here, and importantly for the great feedback and for being here in person. It's made a difference here amongst the discussion, so I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks. Next, I'd like to call up Lisa Moretti, and then I believe it's Bruce Hamamoto remotely to round out the panel here.
Hello, good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Lisa Moretti, and I am the Stormwater Program Manager for the City of Sacramento, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Sacramento Stormwater Quality Partnership. I'm tempted to go off my script to adjust a few of your questions, but one thing that really resonated is the idea of collecting data. And all stormwater programs collect a wide, or at least phase ones collect a wide variety of monitoring data. And the City of Sacramento has been in a monitoring program for 20 plus years. And what we found is that collecting monitoring data for the sake of data doesn't help improve our program. You need to start with monitoring questions and management questions that go ahead and feed into that. And I think that's maybe where I'm struggling with this, is we're at the data collecting for data collecting side. But I did want to go into my script, which is that really I want to thank both the staff. I really felt that the water board staff did a great job of providing guidance on this beta test and working with it. So for a little bit of background, the partnership consists of 7 phase 1 MS4 permittees. We're covered by the Central Valley Regional MS4 permit in Sacramento County. We range from the unincorporated county of Sacramento with over 500,000 residents to the city of Galt with 25,000. And we jointly manage aspects of our stormwater program. I am participating in the storms beta test to trial the standardized cost reporting tool. And although I greatly appreciate this opportunity, I've really struggled with the assignment personally. And some of the things that were brought up were really relevant for me, which is one, identifying that line of what specifically is a permit-only required cost. We touched only on street sweeping. When you look at it across those 11 categories and subcategories and asking that question each time, are we doing this because we're a city or are we doing this because of a permit? It's an incredibly different line, and every single permittee will probably draw that line slightly different. I really respect the foresight of former executive officer Pamela Creedon with our current Central Valley permit. It provided flexibility, but then put a lot of responsibility back on the phase ones in our region to decide where we were going to prioritize resources. So that means it used to say, you need to street sweep this frequency. Now it says, evaluate your water quality problems and write your plan for what that is. So because we no longer in a prescriptive permit environment, that line for me is now incredibly gray. The other one that I struggled with is determining what category or subcategory a cost may fit in. I have a pyrethroid TMDL. I also have a sub-cost for IPM. What is due to my pyrethroid TMDL? What is IPM under municipal? Where do I put those costs? And would another permittee make those decisions differently? And so are we comparing apples to apples? I personally don't think so, considering that I look at it different than Galt, than Folsom, than my county counterpart. The city of Sacramento would definitely require spending significant additional resources to change accounting systems and developing tools to estimate costs. And we would have to continually update the structure because we are a constantly adapting city. We just had a recently department move, I think, 3 times in the last year of who they report to. And that would constantly need a change on what that means on getting the data in a different fiscal format. The city of Sacramento has over 4,000 employees with 12 different departments and 5 different assistant city managers. Of those have their own tracking processes that do not feed in. I'm with the Department of Utilities, which oversees the administrative and management functions of the stormwater program and the maintenance of the drainage system. I'd like to use the integrated pest management subcategory as the municipal operations. I think, my other colleagues have focused on where municipal operations is the part that we will probably struggle with the most. So currently, I have a staff member that has so I have a dedicated stormwater program staff, again, I'm a larger city, that oversees just the municipal operation program element. So their time spent on developing protocols, conducting inspection, and verifying program implementation, which I feel are the bookends of a good stormwater program. You develop a protocol, you verify that goes in place. It's the middle ground of what other departments do with that. That is the struggle to make it apples to apples. So what does it mean when we implement IPM as a city? It might mean updating our training to teach about IPM practice. It might be adding to facility inspections or working on a city-wide contract that goes with over 100 facilities that include police departments, fire, after-school programs, parks, parking garages, on how our pest control is being implemented. Out what of that is IPM would require different reporting across all those facilities. And I've brainstormed with staff of like, okay, what estimate could I use? Well, the IPM needs of a fire station versus the IPMs of an office building, each one require a whole different line of thought that at the end of the day, if I'm breaking down that middle ground, it is a true just, shooting in the dark. So I can spend a level of detail for a city my size asking fire chiefs to tell me how much their facility managers spend on all of this, or I could just widely guess, and I don't know how helpful that is. So it goes back to me asking, what is our management question? What are we trying to tease out? And if we start there, I think that will prioritize our resources. So I went way off script, but my goal of bringing this to your attention is that I hope that you can understand what may seem like a simple request on the outside can result in an incredible level of staff time to quantify that can take away of our ability to focus on water quality issues. So I hope that we can focus on management questions, needs that need to be answered with more standardization, and help prioritize resources so that we all don't spend time pulling together data that won't be used and to really come together. And I think we have excellent examples where we've worked with our water board in the past to say, what are your needs? Where do we need to go? Rather than putting us all in the same box, even though I know databases are nice and they spit out pretty data, but I want data that we can use.
Here, so do we. That's the fundamental balance, I think, that we're certainly trying to strike amongst this. Mr. Bishop, please.
Can I ask you a question? Because I think we do have a fundamental management question, which is how do we compare the costs that are being purported by the permittees in a way that allows us and the permittee to feel comfortable that we are on, that we are talking about the cost associated with the municipal stormwater permit. I think the fundamental question is how do we get a estimate that both the permittees and the regulators are comfortable with. That's where we are today. I've been to many regional board meetings where the permittees come and say the stormwater permits cost us $2 billion. We have no way to verify that information. We have no way to understand what's going into that information. Our estimates are it's going to cost you $5 million. So there's a big gap. And I made up those two numbers just so you know. And so the management question we're asking is how do we have a consistent basis for our discussion on what is required in the permit? So I feel that yes, we don't want to be gathering information to gather information. What we want to be able to do is when we come into these, our phase 2 permit, or the regional board comes into the phase 1, that there is at least an order of magnitude agreement on what the permit costs are.
Appreciate that, Mr. Bishop. And thank you. Really appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up Bruce Hamamoto. And Mr. Hamamoto, I believe, is here virtually with us. Good to see you this morning still. Yes.
Yes, good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Bruce Hamamoto. I'm a senior civil engineer with the LA County Public Works, and I'm speaking on behalf of the LA County and the LA County Flood Control District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very pertinent topic. The County of LA has over 1 million residents living in unincorporated areas whose municipal services are provided by dozens of county departments. We have over 40 departments. And then the Flood Control District services over about 10 million residents, spanning more than 2,700 square miles of watersheds. And so Public Works is responsible for preparing 2 stormwater annual reports and 2 stormwater semi-annual reports because we report on behalf of the unincorporated county and the Flood Control District for Region 4. Last year, the unincorporated county reported $97 million of expenses, and the Flood Control District reported over 57 million, for a total of 154 million on implementation of the regional MS4 permit. Reporting on the cost is important, especially with this amount of public funds at stake. However, the reporting format should facilitate this task. The financial reporting effort is a challenging task for large entities like the Los Angeles County and the Flood Control District, as this effort requires a coordination with dozens and dozens of staff across various departments and divisions. The financial accounting for an MS4 permit that has over 35 TMDLs and rigorous requirements is complex and not configured for multiple cost categories, subcategories, and the line items that were in the initial draft of the standardized cost reporting policy. With so many reporting categories, there's the risk of less consistency since there are more interpretations of where costs should be reported, as my colleagues have shared. We do support the state board's efforts to reach out and dialogue via the beta test. We were participating in that and have been able to communicate with the state board staff to share our concerns, and we appreciate their willingness to listen and to adjust, and we hope that the state's current trajectory of streamlining the reporting categories continues, and that would just help us all out and let us get back to business. Thank you for the time, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hamamoto. I appreciate you participating in this, the continued contributions to this discussion. Again, I appreciate here we're trying to get that right balance so that we are here getting data that is appropriate, that is actionable, that is informing our discussions here, and not overly burdensome. And so I just appreciate the panelists. I appreciate Ms. Cohen, organizing folks and their engagement here, because this is an important project to continue on. But we know it's just one aspect of a lot broader discussion, and I appreciate the context that you put in. The needs, ultimately that we're needing to better understand, but also the benefits amongst this work. And yes, this is just a conversation on costs and how best to get that right balance of getting this data, but it rests definitely in a larger discussion. So I appreciated the panelists. We still have about 5 commenters. I know we have a number of folks here for our next item on direct potable reuse. Given that we're at 11:08, we still have 5 commenters. I might go ahead and just give us an early lunch so that we can just start our item and then carry through, because otherwise we'll have to break it up into a lunch. So apologize for that, but I think it might be best for scheduling that we go ahead and finish up this item. We still have 5 commenters and some discussion, have an early lunch, and then get straight into our next item. So just wanted, for planning purposes, those folks that are here for the direct potable reuse workshop, just to kind of plug that. Next, I'd like to call up Grant Sharp, who will be followed by Amanda Carr and then Sean Bothwell.
Thank you very much, Chair Escobar. I'm going to defer my comments to next speaker, Amanda Carr. Thank you very much for hosting the workshop this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp.
So does that mean I'm up? Good.
It is. Apologize, Ms. Carr.
Oh, no worries. You know, it is a little awkward still doing this remotely. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board on this important topic. And I'm going to try to weave my comments into what I've been hearing from the other folks who have spoken earlier this morning. Like the municipalities you've already heard from, Orange County is one of the beta testers. And we have been working with Ms. McGee and her staff on this topic. I've also been providing input as a member of CASQUA's board on this topic for a number of years. And so I guess first and foremost, the point that I'd like to hit home is, you know, I think we all need to realize financial data is collected for financial purposes. In general, it's not collected activity-based. So the question that we're asking and the direction that we're asking these questions from is inherently opposite to the way this data is collected. And I think that is really the rub. We have not been looking at this from a public finance perspective on how cost information is measured and tracked. So then it makes it very, very difficult for us to have confidence in the information that you are receiving, and frankly, full confidence in the information that we are reporting. I will totally admit, we are reporting cost estimates. There is no way to measure a true cost. And I think thinking about this from the perspective that there is an unassailable true cost of stormwater implementation, and that there's one right answer out there and that potentially you're not getting the right answer is leading us down the wrong path. Our financial information is tracked to make sure that we're pulling money from the right sources, that we're paying money per established contracts, and that we're paying money to the appropriate vendors. So in general, we're not tracking specifically on a particular activity. We're tracking where that money is coming from and making sure that the money is coming from appropriate sources. I would very much like to wholeheartedly agree with Ms. Moretti's comment that I think the most important thing is making sure that we're asking the right question and that we're asking very specific questions. Because, and I think we're going down the wrong path in thinking if you have a statewide standardized format that you're going to get standardized information. Each MS4 permit is different. So costs collected from one MS4 permit, comparing it to another MS4 permit, you're not comparing the same things. You're not comparing the cost of the same activities. And I think I would argue that MS4 permits that have required cost reporting, in my case, my county is in 2 regional boards. We have been reporting cost, implementation costs under both of our permits since the early 2000s. And I would argue that everybody under those individual permits has been reporting in the same consistent manner because we're all reporting under the same requirement. That information, to my knowledge thus far, has not been looked at or utilized, and that information would be consistent. So all of the information that we've been reporting under our Santa Ana permit since 2009 is consistent amongst all of the permittees. but that information, I don't know of how that is being utilized in evaluating the permit requirements and their effectiveness. I think I would also like to, again, support the comments from many of my previous municipalities. When I am reporting for Orange County, I'm collecting data from 8 different departments, again, that all have different financial tracking mechanisms, the majority of which stormwater is a minor subset of their activities. So they aren't tracking those activities separately. They've got to tease those out. They've got to estimate those. For my reporting for my particular department, I'm collecting data from 8 different programs. From our stormwater program that I have direct knowledge of, that I can do the best estimates from, but also from our development services department, from our operations and maintenance department, from our flood control division, from our road program, for our construction program, from our fleet services, and from our facilities maintenance departments. That's just in my singular department alone. And then I'm collecting it from 8 other programs across the county. And then I'm collecting it for 2 municipal stormwater permits. And we don't break down whether we're doing a stormwater activity in North Orange County to our Santa Ana permit, or we're doing a stormwater activity in South Orange County to our San Diego permit. So teasing all that information out to the degree of detail that I think is being anticipated in this process, I don't think that you're going to be getting the level of unassailable information that you think you're going to. Or it would require us to implement a completely separate tracking system that I don't think that I would be able to implement amongst my department alone, let alone across the 7 other departments within the County of Orange that would be tracking and reporting on stormwater costs. So I think I would really like the board to consider whether or not this should be tracked as a permit requirement, or if this is something that would be better investigated through, say, investigative orders, through very targeted, well thought out questions of what are you trying to answer? Where are you drawing that information from? And how can you craft those questions and those investigations to eliminate as much of this? I mean, we've all talked about how much inherent variability there is in getting this information to you, let alone setting aside the time and the staff effort that it takes to do it. So those are, really, I think fundamentally, are you getting actionable and clear information that actually addresses what you're trying to investigate? And are we making sure that the level of effort required to get that information is commensurate with the benefit and the actions that will be taken from it? And I think that this would be a much more effective, both from a data production as well as a data collection effort, done in a much more targeted manner instead of trying to do it from a broad brush perspective,
Appreciate that, Ms. Carr.
statewide,
Yeah.
across
Thank
all
you.
of the permits.
Thank you. Mr. Bishop, it looked like you wanted to respond.
Just one comment that I just need to remind the board is that cost reporting is a requirement under the federal regulations. And so we could consider a duplicate requirement of having the leaving things the way they are, and the regional boards require what they require. That's different between each region, and then a specific targeted one. But I'm a little at odds on how we get to the with that approach, how we get to the some sort of agreement on the on the cost of the permit. I believe, and I think I've said this in other forums, that the impetus behind this is the frustration that I think the permittees and the board, state board and regional board members have on the wide range of cost estimates for municipal stormwater. I totally am cognizant that the issue here is everything we ask for costs money to collect and report, and people did not set up their stormwater systems to isolate them and make it easy to figure out the costs. They used the most efficient way, which they parsed out things to different departments. And so the point of the beta and the point of having these discussions is to understand where those challenges are and where it makes sense to gather specific information on the costs and where it makes sense to gather general information and decide on what percentage of that is related to stormwater. I think that's really the, when we get down to it, the point of the whole beta testing.
Appreciate that, Mr. Bishop. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, yeah, thank you for that. Just a question, as I'm hearing a lot of good input from folks today, and also experiences with permits where they're already reporting costs. You said it's in the federal regulations. So did we do an assessment of the reporting that's already being done? Salinas, for example,
So
where they've
we-
been doing it for 10 years and, you know, already have a good sense for whether there's, I guess my question is whether there's any good models out there to start from, or maybe you already did that in the template that we're seeing today.
So staff did go through and look at, maybe not every MS4, but a selection of MS4s on their reporting requirements and on their, and the way they report it and what the elements they report in developing the initial template. Obviously, they're going to be widely different. One of the reasons that we're here is that one of our regional boards eliminated that from cost reporting because they felt it was, as Amanda just mentioned, not a very useful piece of information, and they weren't using it and they were making people report it. But as it turns out, that is not legal under the federal requirements, and the auditor identified it and required them to put it back in. Anything that you want to add, Amanda?
Yeah, we did look at all of the requirements that are currently in the phase one MS4 permits. We didn't look exactly as to how each permittee is reporting it on an individual level, but we looked at a bunch of them. The issue that we found in comparing even within the same permit, that there's not a whole lot of direction in that phase one permit as to what costs are going to go where. So like a permit will have a list of categories that they want their permittees to report in. That can be interpreted in many different ways. And so even though they are getting cost data, it's still very questionable as to can we actually compare these even within the same region. So that was one of the difficulties that we found.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sean Bothwell.
Good morning, Chair, board members. Sean Bothwell, I'm the Executive Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. I'm going to start with just some high-level thoughts from the conversation we've been having, and then just kind of walk through the policy and just flag things that we saw when we did that. But, you know, this isn't easy. Like, and you're hearing that today, like, this is not an easy project. And so I really appreciate staff's work on this to date so far. And Member McGuire, you brought up, have we done this before? And it's true that we haven't done something to this degree, but we've had conversations about cost of compliance back around like 2012-ish, I want to say, and they didn't go well. And they didn't go well because they were largely driven by the conversations were being organized and driven by the permittees rather than by staff. And so I actually really appreciate the job that your staff's been doing on this project, really kind of driving the ship and taking control of the project rather than just letting it be a free-for-all. Because there were listening sessions early on in the project, and I was part of those. And, the comments that were being made were all over the place. I mean, let's double count because the ratepayer has to pay and then we have to pay. Like, there was just stuff all over the place. And so I think your staff did an excellent job of really trying to hone in and harness all of the comments that were given kind of early on. So really appreciate that. I also just wanted to remind folks of why we're here. Yes, we want consistent, reporting, but actually Mr. Bishop has brought it up twice now, of this concern of just like magnitudes of difference when it comes to what permittees are saying the actual costs are. And they throw out these numbers and there's no way to really verify whether they're true or not. And I know you guys experienced that just in the construction permit, last year. So you guys know what I'm talking about. And we do need to get a handle on that so that we have a real idea of what's going on. And then the last kind of big picture thing is the comments about kind of a phase 2 of taking this data and trying to make permits more efficient. And to be honest, when we see stuff like cost of compliance project, the NGOs get immediately alarmed of like, okay, we're just going to trim requirements and weaken permits. And one, I appreciate what's happened so far with this project because that's not the sense we've gotten at all. But two, I want to say we support that second phase. Like we see, and I think I've said this before, but we see these permits getting larger and larger where they're so cumbersome that people don't even know what's in them and they're becoming very consultant driven. And if we can look at where there's inefficiencies and we can trim those parts of the permit that don't help water quality, we're supportive of that. And so we're looking forward to that. And when we look at this project, that's the lens we look at it through of what are the details we need so that we can figure out those inefficiencies. We can cut that out of permits to save permittees money and actually start making progress towards attaining our beneficial uses. I'm going to go through the sections now, but one theme that's in here, and I appreciate the comments on, too much detail is essentially impossible for us to get down to. I get that. But on the flip side of that, there's parts in here that are kind of catch-alls that we have concerns over because people are just going to, our concern is that people will just throw costs into those buckets without any details or descriptions of what they really are. And I really appreciate what staff's done on this project so far on some of this language about being precise that it's what the permit requires, not just everything out there. And that there's a lot of language that's been tailored, so it's not a free for all, and so we've appreciated that. But that's kind of be a common theme as I walk through these things. Jumping to section 4.4, this one is probably important for both sides, the permittees and the NGOs. It's the section about how these numbers aren't going to necessarily determine whether you're in compliance, not in compliance. It's also not going to lead to weaker permits in the future. I think staff did a good job of striking a balance there of kind of addressing the permittees' concerns, but also our concerns as well of not using this, as a shield to not require strong permits to get us where we need to go. 5.1 is kind of a long section about the implementation requirements. One thing I wanted to flag, there's a term general coordination, which I don't quite frankly know exactly what that means. And so that gives us a little bit of concern. Is that going to a Casco conference, for example? One of our biggest concerns throughout this, and this is something that came up through the listening sessions, is reporting lobbying costs or advocacy costs. We don't think that should be part of what it takes to implement a permit. And so we want that to be explicit in this project that those costs are not part of cost of compliance. Industrial and commercial facilities, that section of it. I could see that part to read a discussion about non-filers. There's talk about inspections and enforcement of industrial and commercial areas, but I'd really like to see a call out specific to non-filers. My work on SB 205 and SB 891, those were the two non-filer business license legislation bills that we ran. To be perfectly honest, the municipalities didn't seem that interested in going after non-filers. It didn't seem like that was a huge priority for them. And they, quite frankly, seemed annoyed that we were making them do this little tweak to their business license application. And so I'd really like to have a little more attention to see, are they really putting any, kind of making that a priority, going after non-filers? And then again, this is my theme throughout. There's a part there on miscellaneous costs. And again, I understand the need for a catch-all because we're not going to be able to get everything. But I do have that concern that people are just going to throw things into that bucket without any description. So we'll put this in the comments of maybe how to get at that. But even just like describing what miscellaneous costs are so we could kind of vet that and make sure that ground truth, and make sure it's actual something that should be reported and not just something they're throwing out there. If you go to table 1, that talks about subcategories. Again, I'd love to see a subcategory on non-filers, on reporting the cost for going after non-filers. This is kind of ticky-tacky, but there's a lot of things there where it says other. So again, this kind of catch-all vague term. At the very least, if we could put something like other costs required by the permit, just so we can put some guardrails on those categories. And then again, I'm sympathetic to getting into the nitty gritty, but around the trash full capture devices, I personally think it would go a long way if, when we're reporting those costs, if we could tie that to what type of, particularly for trash, what type of BMP is actually being implemented, because there's a big difference between the cost to put in a full capture in just the catch basin or a CDS unit at the end of the system, where they could save a lot of money. And I think it would go a really long way to help inform permits, also help inform permittees of the most cost-effective way to come into compliance with their permits. Getting to 5.2, really appreciate staff breaking up staff costs versus consultant costs. I think that's a really important thing that we need to be looking closer at. And then again, just flagging on 5.2, there's again a catch-all on indirect costs. Again, just having a way for them to summarize exactly what those indirect costs are would be good for ground truthing. Section 7, which is about accounting. Again, really appreciate staff breaking up this idea of, if it's a collaborative project, that there's not double counting. We saw that in the Caltrans stormwater permit, where there was double counting in the TMDL credits, and staff did a great job of addressing that so that each person has the proportional amount. And so I really appreciate that being here in this project. And then again, 7.6 is probably, I think, the most important part of this whole thing, which is the source of funding, where this money's coming from. I think it's going to be really informative to know, are permittees doing their part in trying to raise utility fees? I know Prop 218 is an issue, but there's permittees that are getting past it, and they're getting those stormwater fees. Look at Measure W in Los Angeles. They can get a 2/3 vote. Pretty sure other communities can. And so I want to see that permittees are actually trying their best to raise funding and not just waiting for a water bond to come or money from the feds. Section 8, reporting. I think this is just maybe an open question, but I don't see anything here about this data being publicly available. And given Section 4.4, again, that part about not using it for enforcement or cost of compliance or permit writing or anything like that, I think this is a valid thing that should be open to the public, particularly on some of these kind of catch-all broad terms. I know there's a provision in there about staff reviewing these as they come in, but resources are tight. Staff's not always going to be able to really go through all these. I think it would be helpful to have a second pair of eyes to really be ground truthing whether these costs are accurate or not. And then Section 9. One thing just as a suggestion, and again, this gets back to kind of ground truthing things, is maybe just doing some spot audits, kind of opening one of these up and seeing, are they really reporting costs accurately, or are they just throwing everything at the wall to try to inflate the cost to make it look like their permit is just overly expensive. A couple other things real fast just to wrap up. The phase 1 versus phase 2, I don't have a concern one way or the other. I see what staff was trying to do to kind of alleviate reporting burdens, but at the same time, maybe they want that opportunity to tell the story of what they're actually costing. So I defer to the permittees and your staff on that one. And then last on the benefits piece, and I really appreciate Chair Esquivel and Member Firestone bringing that up, so I wasn't the only one that had to bring that up. I know it's hard to quantify benefits. I totally get that. But I have to speak for that and realize that there are benefits out there that we need to be considering when we're doing this. And I think maybe just an early, easier solution is really just getting at the stormwater capture, the treating stormwater as a resource. How much water are we capturing, and can we quantify that into an actual dollar amount? It doesn't have to be the world. It doesn't have to be this perfect holistic picture of the benefit, but just getting at least, what is the amount of water we're making basically by this stormwater permit, I think would go a long way. And it's at least a first step to starting to look at the benefits there. So I'll stop there. Happy to answer any questions, but we'll provide more detailed comments with recommendations then.
Looking forward to reading those over. I really appreciate the good detailed engagement and comment here continued. And on your point about quantifying stormwater, I think that the water supply strategy actually had a direction in there, and there may be a project somewhat out there on better quantifying some of that storm, at least the potential, I think, for stormwater capture. If not, maybe what's actually being better captured.
Both.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, Mr. Bishop.
Can I just add on that is maybe not make it even a requirement, maybe just have it be a category of if you have this data and you want to share it. Same with the trash BMPs. I know there's permittees out there that know the difference between their CDS unit and their just inlet droplets. Like if they have that information and want to share it, maybe just make that an option for folks, I think would be a good first step.
Appreciate that suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Bothwell. I believe we had 2 other commenters signed up, but I don't believe they're on the platform currently. So if you do make your way onto the platform, please just raise your hand if we're still on this item and having discussion. This isn't a voting item. This is a workshop. I just appreciate, again, everyone's good engagement. We've been here for a couple hours now, and I think over the time that we thought we were going to spend on this, and I think importantly, though, it was well spent. This is an important project. I'm encouraged, although, here certainly the frustration and the feeling of, well, why don't we just jettison all this because it's not going to work out? And I appreciate those that are sticking with this, knowing that there's value in the data, and we're here and interested to get it just right. We're very aware of the constraints that we know so many cities, municipalities, and communities are under. So we are trying to get that right balance. So the more you're all here with us, achieving that, I really do appreciate it, and just appreciate the discussions and thoughts that we've all had here at the dais. I don't have, I think, anything further at this point other than just thanks, but look to colleagues for questions, comment on what we've heard or anything further. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, I'll just say thank you for everyone for being here today and taking the time. I just want to echo that sentiment. I really appreciate it. I learned a lot and have a lot definitely to think about as we go forward here. This is a hard problem to solve, but it's an important one for us to tackle. So I'm glad that we're here. I'm glad we started with something, I think a really sound proposal that, yes, I mean, there's always room for improvement, so we'll work through that. And to that point, Mr. Bishop, you had kind of teed this up with 3 questions. And so one of those was on the timeline. And so just based on what we've heard today, and I think the complexity of this and understanding all of the interactions amongst the regions, that all permits are not equal, all cost reporting and fiscal reporting is not equal, really trying to make sure we do this right as best we can. I'd be supportive of taking the amount of time that's needed to do it, whether that's on the schedule that's been proposed or if a little more time is needed. Another comment that resonated with me was about the beta testing and about how we don't actually have that information yet and really don't have reporting here today about what we've learned from that. So I would really like to know what that feedback is as well to hear. So I think just some of that information that's going to be continued to kind of funnel in here over the coming months, I think will help reflect on where we go from here. And then I don't quite have an answer to the question about, phase 1 and phase 2 and whether we keep those kind of separate cost reporting groups or align them as best as possible, except that this is a statewide effort to try to improve consistency and transparency. So fundamentally, to me, if we can get to some very clear, concise, mutually understandable cost categories, it would be nice to have them cross across phase 1 or phase 2. So we do have that apples to apples comparison as much as possible. I am sensitive to, I don't think we heard from any phase 2s today, to the, even the phase 1's struggle with resource constraints. On phase 2, I imagine that's difficult as well. We have a phase 2 permit renewal that's coming up here in the near future. So all of those different factors in mind, generally speaking, as we're asking ourselves that management question, what is it that we're trying to answer with this project? Making sure it can apply as evenly to all size MS4s, I think will be helpful. So those are my closing thoughts for today, but thank you again.
Appreciate those, Board Member, and in agreement. Vice Chair.
Just real quick, want to thank everyone for the really good discussion. I learned a lot, and I appreciate the leadership that you all are showing at this early phase. The only thing that I want to call out again is just, telling the story in the actual document, and which is what, I started off with, and I'm really wanting to see if we get this right, applicability beyond stormwater. So would just like to encourage, whether it's through the LYRIS list or what have you, getting a broader community to be tracking this at least. And then, Mr. Bothwa, I liked your idea of cost audits, and it seems that, maybe that's a way to sort of thread the needle on not having so much information, allowing a little bit more flexibility, in terms of reasonableness on costs, but having the preparers of those documents be held accountable. And so I think that's one good way of doing it. And then also thinking ahead to the future of technical assistance and, tools to make this easier for the permittees. Thank you.
Many thanks, Vice Chair.
I'll add my thanks to everyone and all the expertise. I learned a ton. I think with anything, once you start digging into the details, there's so much nuance and complexity, and you keep wanting to go back to center yourself on why are we doing this. So I really appreciate that everyone's focused on that, and that all the effort staff's doing and the beta testing and process we're having here. So I really look forward to learning more. I think for me, continuing to go back to the, how are we going to use this? And are there, additional pieces that we're going to need as well as we start to grapple with this in terms of the, kind of multi-benefit stuff that was talked about today. So I just really look forward to it. Appreciate all the time.
Thank you. Thank you. That wraps up this item. And just again, appreciate everyone's time and contribution to the discussion. We will take a lunch. Let's go ahead and give ourselves to 12:30. We'll come back at 12:30 and begin our direct potable reuse regulation workshop discussion. Thank you, everyone. It was a great morning. We'll see you here at 12:30 and return to our agenda. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we can gather back here. Thanks, everyone, for the patience, and hope everyone had a good lunch. We are coming back here now and beginning item number 10, which is the Administrative Procedure Act public hearing for our direct potable reuse regulations. I'll start off here with a prepared statement. I'll note that it is 12:30 on Wednesday, September 7th, and we were at the Sierra Hearing Room located at the Cal EPA headquarters here in Sacramento, California. We're here today to receive public comments on a proposed rulemaking action by the Division of Drinking Water for the proposed regulations for direct potable reuse. Under the rulemaking provisions of the California Administrative Procedures Act, also referred to as the APA, this is the time and place set for the presentation and statements, arguments, and contentions, orally or in writing, for or against the proposed regulations, notice of which was previously published and distributed by email to all interested parties. The Division of Drinking Water has proposed regulations for direct potable reuse, establishing uniform water recycling criteria to ensure public health is adequately protected if a public water system chooses to engage in a direct potable reuse project with a water recycling agency. The purpose of this hearing is only to obtain public comment on the proposed regulations. The State Board will not be taking any action on the proposed regulations today. The Board will not respond to comments at this hearing other than to seek clarification of comments presented if necessary. The Board will take all oral and written comments received at this hearing under submission to allow Division of Drinking Water staff to thoroughly and thoughtfully evaluate the comments. In accordance with the APA, today's oral comments and all written comments received by the close of the comment period will be addressed in writing in the final statement of reasons that will be made available to the public once it is completed. The adoption of the regulations by the State Water Board is currently anticipated to occur by December 31st, 2023, but may vary depending on whether comments lead to revisions to the proposed regulations. If revisions are made to the public, the public will be provided an opportunity to comment on those revisions. Today's hearing will include a brief presentation by staff and that includes background information and an overview of the proposed regulations. Following the presentation, we will begin receiving your public comments. We ask the comments be no more than, I'd say at this point, we have, let me look, about 14 commenters. So 5 minutes if you can, but I'm not going to hold tight timelines since we have enough people to get through to ensure everyone is heard. This hearing is being webcast and recorded, so please speak clearly. I'll now turn the presentation over to Randy Barnard from the Division of Drinking Water Technical Operations Section. And as I do that, I just want to thank everyone. I know that it has taken an incredible amount of work to get us here, not just within the state, but also nationally, where we've been able to draw upon national experts and expertise here that is really critical to this discussion. One that, you know, I'll note not many other states have taken on. I know there are direct potable reuse projects out nationally out there here or there, but certainly not with the comprehensive approach to ensuring public health and the regulatory work that we've all done collectively here together or are looking to do. So just thank you off the top. You all have, it's been incredible to watch the amount of leadership and hear resources and contribution from so many water agencies. It has made this project what it is, and so just look forward to today's workshop and discussion, but ultimately just a lot of thanks as we go into it. With that, hand over to Mr. Barnard.
All right, great, thank you. Good morning, board members, stakeholders, and members of the public. Again, my name is Randy Barnard. I manage the Division of Drinking Water's Technical Operations Section. And I'm excited to be here for this public hearing on our proposed direct potable reuse regulations. Our main focus today, like the board chair just said, is to hear what the public has to say about the proposed regulations. So to allow everyone time, I'm not going to get into a lot of explaining of the regulation details nor the treatment technologies required in the regulations, but I will be able to answer any short clarifying questions if those come up. And anyone needing an in-depth response to their question or comment will have their question recorded, and we will respond in writing during our formal response to comment period. And that being said, we do welcome all comments from the public that they may have.
You may want to pull the mic a little closer. Just so you know, Mr. Barnard. Thank you.
So this is a big day for us and for the safe drinking water of California. It's been 13 years in the making to get us to this point. And I do want to say thanks to some key public servants. These staff have put in countless hours to ensure that these regulations are protective of public health. First off is Jing Chao. She's been our technical lead for this project, developing these new regulations and also keeping us on schedule and within budget. So thank you, Jing. And I want to thank Bob Holquist, Dave Spath, Steve Book, Brian Bernados, and Shirley Rosalella, all for providing their technical expertise in developing these regulations. And I want to thank the Recycle Water Unit, the Technical Operations Section, the Division of Drinking Water's executive staff, and the numerous stakeholders and expert panels and all the public for the many reviews and thoughtful comments to help us focus in these regulations to be concise and protective. Next slide, please. Now let's start with the statutory definition of DPR. It's the planned introduction of recycled water either directly into a public drinking water system or into a raw water supply immediately upstream of a drinking water treatment plant. DPR includes two main methods: raw water augmentation, which is placing that recycled water into the raw water that feeds a drinking water treatment plant, and there's treated water augmentation, which is placing the highly treated recycled water directly into the drinking water distribution system. Next slide, please. So in California, potable reuse regulations fall into one of these categories. There's groundwater recharge, surface water augmentation, raw water augmentation, or treated water augmentation. The top two are indirect potable reuse, or IPR type regulations. The bottom two are types of direct potable reuse, or DPR. An important point here is that all of these projects are voluntary. A city or a municipality can choose to do one of these projects, or they can choose not to do it. The regulations we develop are just tools in a toolbox. So a city picks the tool that's right for their community. It doesn't have to do a DPR project, but if it wants to, they'll have these regulations to ensure that they will be making safe drinking water for the public. Next slide, please. Here we have some simple graphics just to show what a DPR project may look like. This first DPR type is raw water augmentation, which is supplying the treated recycled water upstream of a drinking water treatment plant. It could, as you see here, be into a small reservoir that doesn't meet the regulatory constraints of a surface water augmentation project, which is an IPR project. Next slide, please. Another form of raw water augmentation is into a tank or into a constructed impoundment like you see on the screen. This is an interesting one because in this scenario, it's where there's no longer any contact with the environment through either groundwater or surface water. So it's all man-made conveyances. Next slide, please. Then we have the other form of DPR that I mentioned. It's called treated water augmentation. And if you could click it again, which is where you get rid of the typical drinking water treatment plant and supply the highly treated recycled water directly into the drinking water distribution system. Many people call this pipe-to-pipe DPR. Next slide. Those were just some simple pictures, but here you can see how complex DPR scenarios may really get, with multiple agencies and different qualities of water discharged for a variety of reuse opportunities, ranging from everything from non-potable purple pipe uses to indirect potable, all the way up to direct potable reuses, all within the same project. There will be waste discharge requirement permitting and drinking water permits for every DPR project, and possibly also water recycling requirements depending on the scenarios. Now, enforcement will be from a combination of DDW, regional boards, and Project DIPRA oversight. Along with all that permitting, each project is also required to have a level of public engagement just to keep the public informed on what's happening with the project. Next slide, please. Now, as I stated earlier, I'm not going to go into details of all the regulations, but I will say that these draft DPR regulations do specify a minimum level of treatment and monitoring that's required for both pathogens and chemicals that are protective of public health for every type of scenario. The regulations do allow for many types of alternatives as future technology advances, but we do consistently require reliable, redundant, and robust processes to be included. The water quality that's coming out of a DPR project will be better than most drinking water supplies because of all the robust DPR treatment that's required for these DPR projects. Now, this slide shows some of the major DPR treatment processes and how each one removes contaminants in different ways. You have physical removal, you have oxidation, and you have biological methods. It also shows redundancy in the treatment. So there's no such thing as a one and done treatment process with DPR. We have overlap of several different types and methods of treatment to make sure that contaminants, those both known and unknown that we find out in the future, are all treated for. Next slide, please. And then just to show that the multiple layers of public health protection, along with the DPR regulations that we're presenting, a DPR project, will also have to comply with these existing drinking water regulations. And that's because a DPR project is producing drinking water. And these are all requirements for drinking water systems. They include everything from monitoring requirements before and after treatment to very specific operator requirements. That's just to name a few. Next slide, please. Now, I know most people here are well versed on the background and the bills that helped move DPR forward. But what I want to remind everybody about is all the third-party reviews that have been done over these regulations. So the legislature wanted to know the feasibility of DPR. And they required DDW to convene and administer an expert panel and an advisory group to advise us on the feasibility. Next slide, please. The 2016 advisory group was made up of stakeholders, EJ groups, environmental groups, and government experts. They provided review and recommendations to DDW and the expert panel at the time. Next slide, please. The 2016 expert panel was made up of world-renowned consultants and members of academia. They advised DDW on the feasibility of DPR at the time. Both groups created documents we relied on to determine that DPR was feasible and could be done safely. Next slide, please. Then Assembly Bill 574 required DDW to develop DPR regs and have them reviewed by another expert panel to ensure that they were protective of public health. This bill also required us to create a framework document to get the public's and stakeholders' input on these regulations that we were developing. This framework document allowed us to collect several rounds of public comments during the whole regulatory development process. Next slide, please. This latest expert panel is also made up of world-renowned experts. Some are from the last panel to bring consistency to the panel, but several are new additions, and this was to allow fresh perspectives. These experts reviewed and commented on our last version of the DPR regulations. They verified that projects that follow these regulations will provide safe drinking water that is protective of public health. Next slide, please. And just as another layer of protection on all of those other reviews, the Health and Safety Code required a third-party, independent, external scientific peer review of the DPR regulations. That came back agreeing with our scientific conclusions also. And as a side note, all of these documents that I've been talking about, they are located on our website for anyone if they'd like to review those. Next slide, please. So that brings us to today. After an advisory group, 2 expert panels, a scientific peer review, and multiple stakeholder and public reviews, we are here finishing up the formal public comment period to prepare these DPR regulations for the last steps of the adoption process. Today, we want public feedback. And as I said in the beginning, our main focus here is to hear what the public has to say about these proposed regulations. And again, we do welcome all comments the public may have. Slide, please. And for my last slide, I just want to show where the regulations go from here. We're currently finishing the 45-day public comment period, which started the one-year clock to complete the entire rulemaking process. That ends tomorrow. We'll address all comments we received today and that we have received during this comment period. We'll make any changes, if needed, to the regulations, and we anticipate bringing this back in front of the board for adoption in December of this year. From there, the regulations will go to OAL and the Secretary of State for filing. All said and done, the regulations should be finalized by the second quarter of 2024, the earliest being probably April 1st. So with that, I want to thank you, board, for your time. And to help kick off the public comment portion of this hearing, I'd like to invite the panel from Water Reuse to come up to provide their comments.
Thank you for that, Mr. Barnard. And as Ms. West and the panel folks come up, I just want to thank them again for the engagement and look forward to hearing their comments here. As we transition, for folks watching, I'm sure you've noticed we have not been in our traditional coastal room for a few months now. This, I'm hearing, is the last meeting before we were back in the coastal room and with a little more space for panels and speakers. So thanks for all cramming in there. And thank you for joining us here today. You may need to pop on the mic there, button at the base. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Dave Peterson. I'm the General Manager of Las Virgenes Municipal Water District and also currently the President of Water Reuse California. Happy to be here on this milestone for direct potable reuse. Water Reuse California, we are the state section of a national organization, the Water Reuse Association, that is working on moving water recycling forward across the country. Here in California, we have about 220 members, and so we represent them in the state of California. Randy mentioned went over the timeline and thanked some of the partners. We're among those partners that have helped to bring us here today, and we've been proud to be a part of that effort. A couple key things that we've been engaged in over the years, and this goes back 13 years now, is helping on the research effort. Water Reuse California helped to raise $6 million for the DPR. Did I set that off?
Apologies. We'll calmly file out here.
Attention. Attention. An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor.
We won't take this as a harbinger of the fate of this, but let us all calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza. That way, we will reconvene.
Walk to the nearest stairway.
Thank you, everyone. We're having an emergency response here currently. So.
Attention. Attention. An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Attention. 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 An emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry floor or main lobby. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway. Do not use the elevator. Walk to the nearest
Michael, you're quite the effective speaker.
My wife said, every spare moment, help him out.
His money's our money.
Lost a minute 10.
Right?
Lost a minute 10. I don't know. Yeah.
Got to start mid-cinch, right where you left off, so the recording can be. And we could
Okay, everyone. Thank you for the patience. I should have more appropriately said we're going to be in recess as we went away. We're back. We will. It is now 1:06. Thank you, everyone, for again the patience and the those emergency response messages I give at the top here. I guess came in handy for once. I think this was the first time we actually all calmly filed out to Cesar Chavez Plaza. If you needed more time, there were better ways of going about that. But no, just kidding. We're back, and we'll just start at the start of the panel here yet again, and we'll hand it over to Mr. Peterson to take us away on the panel.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Again, Dave Peterson, General Manager of Las Virgenes Municipal Water District and the President of Water Reuse California. We're here to talk about direct potable reuse, but wanted to note that you have excellent evacuation procedures. It was very orderly and everyone was taken care of. Thank you for that. I think right before we recessed, I was just making the point that Water Reuse California has really been a partner in the 13 years that we've worked together, not only with your board and your staff and other state officials, to bring forward direct potable reuse in California. And we're very excited about that. A couple key elements of that partnership, the research for direct potable reuse has been really important. Randy noted that on his slide. Water Reuse California was involved in raising funding for that research effort that was from 2012 to 2016, about $6 million. A lot of that research work has been foundational for the regulations that are before you. The other element, legislation that was involved in bringing us here, again, Randy noted SB 918 by Senator Pavley. We sponsored that bill. And more recently, AB 574, we were a co-sponsor of that bill together with another important partner, the California Coastkeeper Alliance, who I think you'll hear from a bit later in the session. We share the goal of your board and your staff, and that goal is to ensure that these regulations are protective of public health, and also to serve as a catalyst for water recycling projects across California. And that's really what we're excited about, because we very much believe that that is and will be happening. The completion of the regs, and if you could advance to slide 1, is really a key component of our governor's water supply strategy. We were happy to see that the plan actually specifically mentions the role of these regulations in that plan. And the plan has some ambitious goals in terms of volumes of water recycling in California. And we think we can achieve those goals. We have made projections, and we believe that direct potable reuse is an important part of achieving those goals. In fact, we think that direct potable reuse is actually one of the key means to get there on those goals. And so this is very important to us. As we look at the regulatory package, and I will say it's complex, but I did want to acknowledge the Division of Drinking Water staff, and there are many of them, headed by Darren and his team. We have worked very closely with them leading up to this public hearing, and many of our questions, our comments, and concerns have actually already been incorporated and addressed in the regulatory package. As we move forward, though, there are remaining a couple issues that we think do warrant attention, and so what we are going to do is focus on those areas rather than to go back and give thanks for all of the things that actually have been addressed, but there are many of those. So I wanted to point that out, and I wanted to be sure that you knew that. We do have a panel here, and they'll each introduce themselves as they speak, but the panel that you see includes leaders from across the state, leaders who represent water agencies and engineering firms that are working on the largest direct potable reuse projects in our state. And what they're going to do is talk about their project and the areas of the regulation that we still believe need a little bit of attention and could use some adjustment in order to facilitate the success of those projects. And first, I would like to introduce Rick Callender. Rick is the CEO of Valley Water.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, members of staff, and those who have joined us online. I do know that there's folks online because I got a couple texts. Rick, did you just have to evacuate? So we do know folks who are definitely watching. Again, I'm Rick Callender. I'm CEO of Valley Water, which is also known as the Santa Clara Valley Water District. And I can tell you, the Santa Clara Valley Water District, we are truly invested in reuse, both by projects as well as by research. And Valley Water's goal is to produce 10% of our water supply demand with reuse and at least 24,000 acre feet per year of potable reuse. And I know that we have to invest this way because future droughts, reuse is simply one of part of the solution that we have to invest in. And I really do believe that Valley Water has shown true leadership in developing water reuse. We've engaged in large, broad support for local recycling systems. We've engaged in long-range planning, and have established a countywide water reuse master plan. And right now, Valley Water, we're in negotiations with the cities of Palo Alto, Mountain View, the cities of San Jose, as well as in discussions with others, including a recycled refinery exchange program. And as you may know, Valley Water, we constructed our first Silicon Valley Advanced Water Purification Center in 2014. I know several of you have had the opportunity to visit, and I do thank you for that. And the Silicon Valley Advanced Water Purification Center, it's the largest purification center in Northern California and recycles up to 8 million gallons of highly treated purified water daily. And Valley Water is genuinely prepared for future water reuse to supplement our non-potable recycled supplies. For example, with the community partners projects that I just mentioned earlier, we're looking to replenish groundwater up to 10 million gallons a day with indirect potable reuse. Valley Water, we're genuinely interested in the option of direct potable reuse in the future, and as such, we're evaluating plans currently for DPR, for a direct potable reuse demonstration facility, as the first step for a larger direct potable reuse purified water project. We've also been leaders in addressing reverse osmosis concentrated management due to waste discharge requirements that you heard from your staff just earlier. And as you know, the San Francisco Bay is an environmentally sensitive, and Valley Water has partnered with both academia, industry, as well as regulators to make sure we are adequately addressing and investing in research to manage the RO concentrate. And as you also heard from the DWR staff earlier, these types of projects are voluntary. And clearly, you can see that Valley Water has a true commitment to water reuse. And if I can get you to go to the next slide, please. And we've all seen with growing scientific capabilities, we all know that emerging compounds will continue to be identified. And we're concerned that one-off individual threshold settings are unfeasible and will create nothing more than confusion in this emerging industry. And what we see, the issue is being, as you see on the screen, is that we simply need greater consistency in the contaminants of emergency concern requirements. And as such, we ask that the State Board Contaminants of Emergency Concerns Panel to establish monitoring requirements and threshold levels. And as it stands now, the State Board panels are just one of many resources that are listed in the draft regulations. And what we believe is that a single state water board voice and a state water panel as a clearinghouse for CEC information, it's critical for direct potable reuse to succeed. Thank you for hearing my testimony today on behalf of Valley Water, and I'm going to pass it over to Dave Pettijohn of LA Water and Power.
Thank you. Chair Esquivel, board members, I'm David Pettijohn. I'm the Director of Water Resources for the Department of Water and Power. And on behalf of everybody at LADWP, I'd like to thank you and the Division of Drinking Water for collaboratively working with the water industry on development of the draft direct potable reuse regulations, and your board for its leadership in prioritizing this important step of the regulations. These regulations will play a very significant role in the City of Los Angeles water future. And I'm here today to request your consideration of some revisions to the draft regulations to help us all achieve the statewide recycled water goals outlined in the governor's water supply strategy. As shown on the screen here, the DPR regulations are going to be determinative in their role in LA's water future. To illustrate this point, the city is currently embarking on one of the largest potable reuse projects in the world. We call it our Operation Next program, and you can see it on the slide. There's a little orange box. It says LA San and DWP. We're partnering with our wastewater treatment agency in the city, and you can see the location of our project right there on the coast. And it's going to deliver water in several ways. It's going to drop some water off in the West Coast, Central Basin, potentially over into Metropolitan's Pure Water SoCal project far to the right, and then take the water into the San Fernando Valley where we would infiltrate it into our groundwater basin or deliver it to our LA Aqueduct treatment plant where it could essentially get water everywhere in our system. The objective of Operation Next is to maximize the use of recycled water from the city's Hyperion water reclamation plant, which upon completion will produce a new resilient and drought-proof supply for our customers. As a result of its size and its scale, our Operation Next program has the potential to revolutionize water sustainability for the city of Los Angeles. This multi-billion-dollar investment that is needed to implement our OpNext program hinges on successful implementation of the state's DPR regulations. To highlight the importance of these regulations, I want to briefly illustrate the far-reaching benefits these regulations could have on the entire state. So next slide. And as you can see on this next slide, we're considering the potential integration of LA's Operation Next program with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California's similarly large potable reuse project called Pure Water Southern California. The combination of these two large projects would be without a doubt one of the most significant water projects in the world and would provide a new drought-proof supply for over 4 million people, impacting much of Southern California and providing the state with an important regional water solution. The key point here is that the collaboration and potential interconnection between the two programs offers great resiliency, efficiency, sustainability, and is in the best interest of Southern California ratepayers, as well as water users in other communities that are dependent upon the Colorado River water supplies and the State Water Project water supplies. However, one of the challenges that we anticipate with the draft DPR regulations is the responsible agency, or as the regs say, Direct Potable Reuse Responsible Agency, or DPRA. The draft DPR regs state that there shall be only one DPRA, which means that for this potentially interconnected DPR program between LA and the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, only one DPRA is permitted to oversee the entire system and is solely responsible for compliance with the DPR regulations. While we fully support the need for rigorous protocols to ensure that public health protection is not compromised, we're concerned with the practical implementation of these DPR regulations on large, interconnected, complex potable reuse programs. For example, the draft regulations require the DPRA to coordinate numerous requirements, including monitoring of the entire sewer shed, responsibility for treatment facilities, water quality compliance, and several others. These requirements apply to over 100 partners, agencies in the integrated project between Los Angeles and the Metropolitan Water District. In other words, we're having some difficulty understanding how the draft DPR regulations will be practically applied to these multi-agency, integrated, and extremely complex and large programs. To address these challenges, we respectfully ask this board to consider allowing for the DPR regulations to provide a broad alternatives clause. The same alternatives clause, which has been allowed and approved twice in other statewide potable reuse regulations, could address the section where the definition of the DPRA is provided and could provide the necessary flexibility for us to obtain additional guidance from the Water Board on how successfully to implement our interconnected DPR programs. Currently, there is no alternative allowed for this particular section of the regulation. This clause will allow us the mechanism needed to collaborate with the Water Board to identify the most sustainable solutions to our projects, and in turn will allow us to develop the most cost-effective approach for our customers and partners. So thank you again for taking the time to hear me this morning, and I'll turn it over now to Devin Upadhyay, who's the Assistant General Manager for the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Devin?
Thank you, David, and good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I also want to echo the thanks of those that have spoken before me. Your commitment and the commitment of your staff to develop this framework, it's incredibly important. I know you know that, but Dave said that I'm the AGM at Metropolitan Water District. I also sit on the board of California Water Reuse and the National Water Reuse Board. And I can tell you that the eyes of the nation and the world are actually on us today as we work on this program. If we can forward maybe 2 slides, what I wanted to do, thank you, is talk a little bit about the Pure Water Southern California program. Dave has done a fantastic job of giving you a sense of the import of these 2 major programs that we're undertaking together. But what I wanted to do was underscore the importance of the need for an alternatives clause, a broad alternatives clause. And the reason here is if you look at this graphic, it gives you a sense of our partnership with LA County Sanitation District and their major wastewater treatment facility in the lower left-hand corner of this graphic, if you see it there. And we're contemplating building what we refer to as a backbone system that would move that purified water out to a series of groundwater basins, and then ultimately all the way up to the headworks of the very first conventional treatment plant we ever built as an agency. And at that point, that water is able to get out to much of Southern California as treated drinking water. If we look at how you carry out a program like that, we're going to start by building a treatment facility in the lower left-hand corner that has the capacity to deliver that full 150 million gallons per day. But we won't flip a switch and immediately turn on 150 MGD and go from 0 to 60 like that. We're going to start off and we're going to phase this program. And the beginning of that program will be delivering water to those early circles, the dashed circles you see in the lower left-hand corner there, to groundwater basins and some industrial reuse. So that first phase is industrial reuse and falling under groundwater augmentation regulations. Then we will move the water further north as we expand that system to another series of groundwater basins. So at that point, the overwhelming majority of the water delivered from this facility will be a little for industrial, but the majority for groundwater augmentation. And then we'll be expanding it further to ultimately get the water over to our Weymouth treatment plant. And that would fall under raw water augmentation regulations. So 3 steps: industrial reuse, groundwater augmentation, and raw water augmentation over a period of time that's between here where we sit, we're in the environmental process for this project, to early deliveries potentially being in the late 2020s to full-scale delivery in the 2030s. And so between now and then, we're dealing with that process and then contemplating an interaction where we would be bringing water in from David's project at LADWP into that backbone system and further expanding that raw water augmentation, possibly even bringing in new water treatment facilities up to the left-hand side of that graphic that aren't shown there. So when we think about the structure of the regs right now, we know that we're talking about developing this system over many years. The treatment technology, the monitoring technology is going to change. And so we want a framework that you don't have to go back and completely revisit that framework, but it acknowledges that's the way these projects will develop. You also can see here, remember what I said was the majority of that water is going to groundwater augmentation, and then a smaller portion of it is going to raw water augmentation. We don't necessarily want to feed into a treatment train that requires you to treat to the raw water augmentation regulations all for that full 150 million gallons down in the lower left-hand corner when you know the majority of that water is going to be going into groundwater basins. So the ability to have satellite treatment further up in the system that achieves the same level of water quality and protection of public health is important for us. And so it speaks to the need for a broader alternatives clause in this regulation. And we really thank you for your focus on this, and I know that Shane is going to talk a little bit about some of the specifics of why that's important. Thank you. Shane, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board.
Really an exciting day for all of us. We've been working hard on these regulations, your staff, the industry supporting it, and really the world is watching. If we could advance to the next slide and the next one, please. So we're all here really because of Assembly Bill 574. Randy sort of walked through the history, but that's what we're looking and adopting here today. And the original request was really a regulation that would allow us to do raw water augmentation. So as explained, this is where we take a wastewater effluent, we advance treat it, it goes to either a water body that's too small for indirect potable reuse or directly becomes a source water for a new drinking water treatment plant before it goes to customers. If we could advance forward. The Division of Drinking Water reviewed that and determined that really there's not a lot of differences for them, and they were going to develop a regulation that was able to accommodate both types of projects. And really, I think what you're going to see as we go through, and you've heard these projects that are under development, we've got a set of regulations that are focused on treated water augmentation, but are attempting to allow the raw water augmentation. And that's where really the concern's coming about as we watch these other large programs get developed, including Los Angeles. There's also San Diego, which they're looking at raw water augmentation as the form of direct potable reuse. If we could advance. I'm going to give some specific examples beyond the DIPRA and some other sections of the regulations where we don't allow alternatives currently. The first one would be on a TOC limit. So consistent with their groundwater recharge regulations, we do not let water get served that has a TOC of greater than 0.5 milligram per liter of wastewater origin. So we can achieve this with the treatment, or if we go forward, we can also achieve it with blending. So if we blend in some other water, let's say we have 10 MGD of some imported water with 10 MGD of our advanced treated water, that would allow you to adjust your TOC limit at the effluent of the plant because there would be just half of that flow being made up of wastewater origin. So that allows your TOC limit to effectively go up to 1 milligram per liter at the effluent of the treatment. Keep in mind, this treatment is the treatment that's achieved, but it's also a lot of the online meters that we're going to that we're requiring a hard stop. So preventing this water from ever getting delivered. And we're talking about automated shutdowns, which the industry does not have a lot of experience with. If we advance to the next thing. The other way that we can achieve this TOC benefit is with dilution. So this is drawing upon the surface water treatment example, so the IPR regulation, where we're putting this advanced treated water into an impoundment, such as a reservoir. It has water that's on spec, if we go advance. That allows you to discharge water that it may at times appear to be off spec. Again, I'm going to highlight the meters because that's where a lot of our issues tend to actually be. And that would, even if it appeared to be a problem, we don't necessarily have to have a hard shutdown because we would never have water of high TOC coming out the tail end and making its way to the drinking water end users because of that dilution with the water that's of low TOC in the reservoir. And that gets calculated through extensive modeling that's required along with tracers at the startup of the project. So a whole side conversation on all the work that goes into that. If we advance forward, what you can see is this section right now, which is part of the chemical control section, has a hard limit on TOC. So in the recent draft, and again, acknowledging the Division of Drinking Water, they've been working hard to acknowledge the comments that are coming in. These projects are getting developed, but the earth is moving beneath their feet, so to speak. And blending is now identified and allowed for in the new regulations. They've covered it with treatment as they did originally. But for example, the same concept that is allowed for the surface water regulations, which I should note, they have allowed for the log removals of dilution to be noted in the current draft, would not be allowed because of the way the alternatives clause is set up right now, section by section. If we could advance. The other example I wanted to cover was about the operational requirements. Again, here, just highlighting how we're treated water augmentation focused. They really make a lot of sense. If it's a treated water augmentation project, we need a drinking water operator. We need the highest level of certification overseeing the project because they're making potable water. So a T5, which is the highest level treatment certification in the state, and then a T3 shift operator. We've been planning for these advanced treatment operators to oversee the advanced treatment facilities. So if you scroll forward, What we get with the raw water augmentation project is more along the lines of what the agencies have been planning for prior to this recent draft. So we've got the T5s, we've got the T3s, they're trained in operating these existing surface water treatment plants. We were planning on delivering the new AWT certified operators at the highest level, so 5 and also grade 3. But what's added if we go forward is now a requirement to oversee this with a T5 and a T3 from the drinking water, just the way this is set up right now. And there's, if we advance one more time, no flexibility within this regulation. And really one of the comments to staff would be, we'd really like the opportunity to discuss this requirement and figure out if this makes sense for each project. And without an alternatives clause, this would just be a blanket requirement that you have to comply with. I'd also really quickly like to note that any of the indirect potable reuse projects that are operating today, they're operating under the wastewater licenses. So we've got people coming up through that arena and they're getting advanced treatment certifications, but the whole drinking water portion is actually a fairly new set of operators. And so we don't want to lose all that industry intelligence that we have and capable bodies to run these facilities, which will be one of the major things that we face next. We go forward. I think in conclusion, we've made this point, and I should have noted I'm making these comments or closing this out on behalf of Water Reuse California. Pleasure to be here. We need this broad alternatives clause. This has been a consistent thing that we've requested for in our previous letters and comments to the Division of Drinking Water. This broad alternatives clause, the exact phrase and the justification is provided in their statement of reasons from previous regulations, which notes that it's a dynamic world in this potable reuse setting. As you see and hear about these projects outlined before you, we have big ambitions here in California. Everyone wants to protect public health, but we also don't know the entire setting of the way these projects will come together. Unlike indirect potable reuse, we really had a solid footing to plan on. California does not have this direct potable reuse regulation. It was noted by Joaquin that they may exist in other places, but they're not being done as comprehensively as the development of the regulations here. The complexity and the coordination mentioned earlier is unprecedented. I just want to bring that back to the DIPRA, but it's also related to the water quality requirements. We remain really concerned that we're going to have to, on a project-by-project basis, figure out what to measure, and then having other projects influencing other projects and their permit sort of in real time. That has to be updated every year as it's written right now. And then just, this has been said, but DDW has been responding to the expert panel and industry input, and we really appreciate that. But as we all sit here, we know more innovation is going to come forward. There's no way we're done learning as we move potable reuse forward. So in conclusion, our plea today is to not restrict the innovation and to please add a broad alternatives clause as we have in the previous regulations before us. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm incredibly impressed looking here, the amount of leadership truly that we have and the amount of engagement. And so you all being here in person, here being with us on this discussion means a lot, and just appreciate the good feedback here that we've heard from you on where we are and on the reg and ways certainly to improve it. And I just, to your words, there is an incredible amount of innovation happening here. It's very exciting. And you see that captured in the amount, again, of leadership that we have participating in so much of these discussions. So just thank you for that. Looking forward to continuing to listen here as we move forward in this process, and just appreciate that you've all come together here with us in the way you have. It's very helpful to us as we contemplate all this work. Are there any questions for the panel or comments from fellow board colleagues before we continue on to other commenters? Yes, please. Board Member Morgan.
Hi, thank you. I did have one question on slide 20. So while that's coming up, I just want to echo the chair's thanks. I really do, appreciate all the effort that's gone into this. I think it's huge. It's taken a lot to get to here, and really do appreciate everyone being here today. If we can go back. So while they're looking to pull that up, my question is on, so Mr. Trussell, you're speaking to the different operators that would be required. And I didn't notice one that was on the wastewater treatment facilities. And so would you also need the appropriate level of operator at the wastewater treatment facility, since that would add another one onto that slide?
Yes, and thank you for the comment. I tried to keep the slides, because I could overwhelm it and try to move through quickly, focused on the things that are really pertinent to this particular set of regulations. But when you do an IPR project, you are going to have a waste discharge requirement or an NPDES permit, depending on where you're going to. And that will trigger then with state requirements that we have wastewater operators at the highest level to oversee those projects. So for example, Orange County, the GWRS, they're regulated through that process, a waste recycled water permit. And through that, they've got to have the highest level of wastewater operators, which is a grade 5. And recently, as we've developed direct potable reuse regulations, we've created this whole new certification process, Cal Nevada, AWWA, and CWEA working together to create an advanced water treatment operator certification, but this is new. And so you're starting to see these requirements come actually to the indirect potable reuse projects, but they've been operating for a long time prior to this under that wastewater certification program.
Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to make sure they have that clarification. I just see here on the wastewater, there wasn't anything indicated here. And so they would also have a grade 5, then also a shift operator underneath there, the appropriate level grades underneath it. And then in addition, the T5 to T3 and the AWT5 and the AWT3, just
Right,
for the one side. And then and the same thing on the other.
And that underscores sort of, I think, a potential concern and why I think, this structure is necessary for treated water. So if I go back, I mean, I know why it's written the way it is. We're going to have a hard time finding guys that are T5, grade 5, AWT5. Already this is pretty select group, but I don't know of anyone with all of that bundled together, because their experience doesn't count from the various facilities. It doesn't overlap very well. So we need some help there too, to make sure that they're continuing to, whatever license they came with, allowing to get credit to keep that license moving forward and not have to have a career change or a step down to become an AWT operator.
Okay, thank you. And that's in addition to the distribution system operators. So
yes,
a lot of licensed professionals. And so, all right, thank you.
Thank you, board member. I appreciated those questions in line of thought. Workforce development comes to mind, definitely, as we think about our wastewater, drinking water operator certifications, how many people we have, the growth that we're going to see because of these projects coming online. So I really appreciate that question and clarification on what the requirements are really going to be when it comes to the number of operators for a lot of these projects. Thank you all again. Incredibly thankful. Oh, please, board member Firestone.
Sorry, thank you, and late question. Thanks for the panel and for all the work and leadership. It's really exciting, and I just look forward to getting comments and continuing to digging through on this. Just wanted to follow up to understand one of the main issues that you all brought up around the responsible agency, and given that a lot of these, we're looking for integrated projects that are going to be complex in that way, but they're also needs to be a responsible party that is ultimately accountable. And so I'm wondering if you all could just clarify what would be a way to still provide that clear accountability for the regulators and allow for the operational and project complexity and management complexity that you all are going to have to work through.
So I can just start. I know that we all have opinions on this. Part of it is having a conversation and having a regulatory structure that would allow that conversation. We may have a structure that we work out with LA County Sanitation, Metropolitan, LADWP, LA Bureau of Sanitation, that creates a structure we're comfortable with, and we'd want to be able to offer that to you. with clear accountability. It may be different in a different area. They might want to set up a separate JPA that runs the operations. That's not the concept that we're dealing with, but you can see how that could be different depending on the area carrying it out. And we simply want a regulatory structure that would allow that to develop and then be presented to you, and you can determine, okay, is that effective or not?
All right, great. That's helpful, and I'm sure we'll lots more to understand or flesh out there. I guess along the same lines, this is really just me understanding more on the comments that you all made, but in terms of having more centralized and consistency around contaminants of emerging concern, can you just flesh out a little bit more for me what the vision is that you're hoping to develop?
Yeah, and I think what we're looking for is to move away from the project by project. So right now, it's described in the engineering report. The contaminants to be considered or sampled for would be addressed there. And then annually, you'd come back and you'd revisit what those contaminants were and adjust your permit. So we have processes, we have panels in place right now for the CEC Recycled Water Panel that addresses different aspects of recycled water policy. But we're looking for this type of avenue to take place that would actually be under the control of the Division of Drinking Water. There's a State Bill 230, I believe, that SB 230 that Metropolitan has moved through, which is adopted. It just needs funding, and that could be a place for this expert panel. But it's also around. So if you take perfluorinated compounds, it's a great example. You can bring all the experts together right now in the world, and you don't always, if you ask them individually, they're going to give you different answers for what the thresholds are and what we should do. So really, we're hoping that it's not on us, the industry and each project constituent, to be coming up or negotiating what contaminants to sample for and what thresholds are, but to have a place where we're bringing together experts that really this is what they do and they have knowledge about it. Toxicologists, and can then provide that guidance to the project and honestly give the state someone to work with, someone to check in on, because the things are going to be happening real fast. And so I understand the concern. That's why you've got this annual review. And I think a lot of this came from the concept of, hey, this is how we do our impaired groundwater treatment projects. But those are very different because you're going about assessing and cleaning up an impaired groundwater with some known contaminants or things that you can figure out a little better. This whole space is going to continue to evolve, and I acknowledge that. We're actually running a bunch of the bioassays that many of the projects actually have to report on now, which is an emerging way of looking at like mixture effects and other things. But we need a place where there's good expertise and guidance that I think also it's going to help the state in the end, and then provide consistent rules for us and contaminants to sample for. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, I'll just echo the thanks to the panel. Thank you for taking the time to be here. It's so important. This is, I agree, a very exciting time, and important we do our best job here to ensure that we're protecting public health. And so don't certainly take this lightly at all. And this is a hearing today, so I'm squarely in listen and understanding mode. Just so we're clear, but I have a question for Dr. Trussell. If we could pull up slide 16 again. You're just doing such a great job answering the questions today. I think we'll just have one more for you. So what I'm struck by is sort of the pitch here that you're making about looking for flexibility, areas of flexibility. And and also, you look at the Pure Water Southern California project, that's one that's going to be phased in over a couple of decades, and it's going to start with really an IPR project, and then ultimately lead to a DPR project and maybe other types of reuse. So I'm trying to navigate that, knowing that the IPR regulations, I think, as I understand it, have the alternatives clause built into them, but the proposal now for the DPR regulations does not. But the Pure Water Southern California project will start essentially as an IPR project and then maybe evolve into a DPR. I don't know exactly how the permitting would work. for that. But could you just, on this whole topic of the TOC approaches, I'm thinking about the DPR regulations and how staff has indicated to me that a lot of flexibility has been built into different specific topics like chemical control and some other areas. Flexibility has been sort of incorporated into the regulations versus having the broad alternatives clause. So on this one, where we have 3 different ways to address the TOC, the blending, the treatment, or dilution, is it the alternatives clause from the IPR regulation that allowed dilution to happen, or in the IPR regulation, is it a specific allowance or provision in that regulation?
It's
if that
more
makes sense.
formally acknowledged in the IPR regulation. So the alternatives clause does not apply to this section on the TOC limit. So if we wanted to engage in this dialogue with DDW, we're unable to about the reservoir and what the limits could be. What we'd like to do is model the reservoir, determine the dilution is always at least this, and then apply that back to the 0.5 milligram per liter, if that makes sense. So that way we know the water's never leaving that reservoir at greater than 0.5. The goal here, we're talking about a lot of automation in the end, automation like our industry hasn't seen before. We're moving a lot of these projects into a more automated real-time world, but they aren't to date the way we're talking about and planning with these, where they even have the time included in the regulation and how fast the SCADA system will scan the meters and come back all the times to make sure no water ever leaves that's of poor quality. And just considering this is like a metric of public health, right? So 0.5 milligram per liter of TOC isn't a public health concern, but we just use it as guidance that, hey, we know below 0.5, it's definitely safe. So it's these combinations of these complexities. So when somebody's doing a project that isn't treated water and has these other major assets that they're bringing to the overall construction, it's to get something that makes more sense for the operators and everyone maintaining it, and also the regulators in the end. So this is in the chemical control section, actually, but the alternatives clause is specific to like the technologies used to address the chemical treatment of it, if that makes sense. So we're getting down to, and noted that there's been, and I want to compliment DDW, they've been listening, this has been noted, it's been hand in hand, they've been responding to these comments. I'm concerned that I'm going to get detailed responses to these additional comments, meaning we're going to go little by little by little, and we're only able to come up with so much. I mean, to be candid, most of this is coming about from the city of San Diego and our involvement there, because they're just further along on the curve of development, and you start to get in the ground and on the weeds of, hey, I'm thinking about this and I'm thinking about that, and it's allowing us to bring a lot of these comments up to the surface here on direct potable reuse.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and thanks for getting into the weeds with me. I can't help myself most of the time. So, but as I'm thinking about the future and the fact that these are multi-decadal projects, in reality, some are not going to even start until the 2030s, probably, or even be envisioned. And meanwhile, we're going to see innovation, we're going to see monitoring and technological improvements happen rapidly over that time. That's what we've been witnessing. So I think it's important to understand where these different flexibility elements might be best suited. So thank you.
Completely agree. Thank you, board member. Any other further comments? We have additional commenters that we can start to hear from as well. Hearing none, release the panel. Thank you all very much, and thanks for the tolerance of the interruptions. Next, I'd like to call up, I believe we have a pair. It's Sean Bothwell and Mark Gold. I think Mr. Gold is participating remotely. Mr. Bothwell's here in the room with us. The microphone might be off. Apologize. Oh, and Mark Gold will start. Yeah. Mr. Gold, good to see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Dr. Mark Gold, and I'm the Director of Water Scarcity Solutions for NRDC. And I'm here on behalf of NRDC and the Coastkeeper Alliance. We support the draft potable reuse regulations with a number of proposed amendments. In conjunction with the indirect potable reuse regs for groundwater and surface water augmentation, California will soon have a suite of water quality regulations that are protective of human health and aquatic life if the regulations are complied with and if the brine disposal issue is adequately addressed. In 2009, I had the privilege of representing the environmental community along with the California Coastkeeper Alliance's former executive director, Linda Sheehan, to help draft the California water reuse policy that included goals, mandated targets, salt and nutrient plan requirements, contaminants of emerging concern monitoring guidance, and an anti-degradation approach for recycled water use. Unfortunately, California has done extremely poorly in efforts to meet the 2020 targets of 1.5 million acre feet per year and 2030 target. We're not on pace for that either, of 2.5 million acre feet per year of water reuse in the state. Currently, California reuses about 730,000 acre feet a year of treated wastewater, an inadequate volume in light of extreme water scarcity problems that were exposed during the 2011 to 2017 drought and the 20 to 22 drought as well. This volume hasn't increased markedly other than at the Orange County Water District, so kudos to them, since the board's water use policy was approved. And Southern California alone, with 3 proposed projects, could provide up to 450,000 acre feet per year, equal to the City of LA's annual use of new water supply. And City of LA right now, only 2% of its water supply is recycled water. Recycled water is a reliable source of new water that California, the federal government, and local water suppliers have not invested in adequately enough. We cannot thrive in a hotter and drier California without increased investments in water recycling, but at least California will soon have strong water reuse regulations that are protective of human health and the environment. Lack of regulatory clarity will no longer be an excuse to not provide California with the climate resilient water supply we need. On to the draft regulations. We are supportive of the log reduction requirements for enteric viruses, Giardia, and Cryptosporidium. The 20 to 14 to 15 log reduction requirements are protective of public health. Also, the requirement to immediately discontinue delivery when any one of log reductions fall below 16, 10, and 11, respectively, is also reasonable and protective of public health. With California's move to IPR and DPR, we must be extremely careful to build and maintain consumer confidence. One health outbreak incident will erode consumer confidence and set it back for years. I saw this happen even without an incident in the LA area when a mayoral candidate ran on the platform of stopping a big toilet to tap project at Tillman from providing water. He lost, but so did LA. It set back water reuse in LA for 20 years. Our biggest concerns about the regulation's ability to protect public health is that the continuous monitoring requirements are not adequate to ensure compliance 100% of the time. Salinity, pH, nitrogen, and total organic carbon are important measures, but our biggest concern is people consuming water with pathogens that could cause illness. Also, the chemical indicator monitoring requirements on each step of advanced treatment is helpful too, but the monitoring frequency isn't adequate to ensure design performance all the time. We've seen plant failures in primary headworks, for crying out loud. We've seen plant failures during extreme rain events and power outages. We've seen poor water quality in recycled water due to inadequate investments in operations, maintenance, labor, and equipment replacement. We cannot afford these problems with the DPR facility because of the risks to human health and the risk of loss of consumer confidence. We are glad that the regulations include treatment system redundancy, highly trained operators on site continuously, assessment plans, and other requirements. However, we strongly recommend an additional requirement for continuous monitoring, the use of flow cytometry. Flow cytometry can provide continuous analysis of advanced treated wastewaters that will detect the pass-through of protease, Giardia and Crypto, as well as fecal indicator bacteria. Flow cytometry detects particles of a certain size class that include bacteria and protease. This approach is widely used in European wastewater facilities as well as in the medical industry. Addition of this requirement will provide the additional information needed to determine if there is pathogen pass-through in the treatment processes. Also, please keep in mind that a DPR facility will take a few years to permit and build, so there would be time to accommodate a flow cytometry requirement. Also, please keep in mind that we aren't asking for a physical buffer before DPR water can be served. although we did strongly consider it, or a requirement to use flow virometry to detect viral pathogen pass-through in DPR processes. One other issue before I pass it on to Sean. The State Water Resources Control Board must include a robust analysis of brine and effluent disposal to provide a comprehensive one water approach to recycled water management. Sean will handle the regulatory issues, but I just want to emphasize that moving forward on designing and constructing DPR facilities can't result in a lack of progress or even an increase in pollutant loadings and environmental impacts to receiving waters. As we've discussed at length in the Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia workshop, high nutrient loadings from coastal water recycling plants is greatly exacerbating OAH in the Southern California Bight right now, with an estimated 25% of the Bight exhibiting an average habitat compression of 20% for up to 3 months a year, up to 50 miles offshore. We have to be smart. Billions of dollars will be spent on large-scale DPR and IPR projects in the years ahead, and we must do this in a manner that provides a resilient and reliable water supply while reducing the OAH catalyzing impacts that brine and effluent discharges can cause. Sean, you're up.
Thank you, Dr. Gold. Really appreciate your continued leadership here in those comments. Mr. Bothwell.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. By the way, Chair, I think that fire drill was a test to see if we've been listening to you all these years with the instructions. I took notes as we were walking out, so I'll let you know who didn't follow your rules. Sean Bothwell,
Need an after report, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
got
Mr.
it.
Bothwell.
I got it for you. Sean Bothwell, Executive Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. I want to start with a little story. Back in 2015, State Water Board was working on the desal policy. There was a lot of discussion, buzz, and conferences. And I remember speaking, I was at a big, I think it was PG&E building in San Francisco. Felicia Marcos was there. Some people from the governor's office was there. But I had a talk on desal along with the president of Poseidon at the time. And someone asked, where do I see the future of water in California going forward? What is the silver bullet? And, I said there is no silver bullet, but I really feel like potable reuse and particularly DPR, getting there is kind of quote unquote the silver bullet. And from there, we don't need desal. And I actually got the president of Poseidon at the time to agree with me and say that ocean desal doesn't make sense once we get to DPR. And I'm not bringing up this story to pick on desal, but it kind of illustrates how important these regulations are. And Mark said it, and folks on the panel before said it. We now have all the tools in the toolbox for each community to be able to recycle their ocean, specifically their ocean wastewater discharges, and turn it into potable reuse. In the past, there could be arguments that we don't have a groundwater reservoir, so we can't do it. There's not surface water regulations yet, but now every community can recycle their ocean wastewater. And so this is a huge moment, and really excited to be here today. So with that, I want to give a little bit of thanks, one to your staff for keeping up with the timeline in AB 574. I know myself and Jennifer with water reuse, we had concerns that, you weren't going to get the resources to be able to get this to the point it is now. And to be here today with the timing is really a momentous thing that happened. And I also want to say that the regulations, while our comments do ask for different strengthenings, and we do have concerns about public confidence, I think for the most part, these regulations are, do strike a good balance of providing feasible projects to move forward, but also ensuring public confidence. I've always had Felicia Marcus on my shoulder reminding me that we can't move too quickly, because if we just have one screw up, we're going to start back from scratch, and we're going to lose all the public confidence we've been gaining over the years from those toilet to tap days. So really appreciate the balance we're trying to strike, but we do feel like there can be some further protections, as Mr. Gold mentioned. Also just want to thank Water Reuse in the panel that was up earlier. They've been really good partners. They mentioned all the investments that they put into the science. We co-sponsored the legislation together. I think they've been very reasonable and constructive partners on this from the beginning. So really appreciate their partnership over the years. So my kind of theme today is really trying to just break down the silos between drinking water and water quality regulations in this context. As Dr. Gold mentioned, you guys had a very constructive hearing back in April regarding ocean acidification and the science that's coming out about the discharge of wastewater into the Southern California Bight. Again, average 20%, but up to 60% of 25% of the Southern California Bight is becoming hotspots of ocean acidification, and we need to address it. The science is also saying that by recycling ocean wastewater discharges, those impacts become more spotty but more intense. And you know we're big supporters of recycling all ocean wastewater, but we need to address the making sure we're not impairing beneficial uses at the same time. So we have two recommendations. The first is to be explicit in these regulations that when we are doing a drinking water permit for a DPR facility, there's a mandatory reopener on the NPDES permit to address the discharge situation. There's going to be a more concentrated brine, and we need to address both at the same time. And really what my biggest concern is we're going to get the DPR facility permitted, they're going to build it, and then there's not going to be the political will to handle the discharge on the wastewater side of things. And so we really want to address both at the same time. The second thing is just to have some analysis or at least some findings in these regulations to address this situation that will be caused by these projects moving forward. It's a big issue, and we need to start tackling it now in everything that touches on this concern. The second issue is on the CEC issue that the panel brought up earlier, and I echo the concerns from the water recycling panel from earlier. We've been doing this for a while, CEC panels. There's been different ones, one for aquatic health, one for public health. We got started on another one that was kind of a joint one for surface water, and that kind of went away. They're always a little behind schedule. They're always kind of probably more comment letters and public opportunities that are necessary. We really need to consolidate this into having one list of CECs that need to be monitored for. And what we're recommending is monitoring for 3 years. And once it's demonstrated that they're below the thresholds that are set by the State Water Board, that they wouldn't need to continue that monitoring for that parameter. We also echo the need to have ongoing advisory science panels every 3 years. I would strongly recommend that we think about ways to streamline those panels, though. Again, we've been doing this for a while, so it's not like it's brand new. We have to assemble a whole new set of experts, really trying to keep on schedule so that we do get these done every 3 years instead of every 5 to 6 years, which seems to be the pattern right now. And then lastly, I know funding is always an issue, but I also know that I believe the permittees just had a permit increase. That would be our recommendation, is to use some of that new funding to resource this panel. Because as you heard from them, they want regulatory consistency and knowing that what they're doing is right, and the public wants that public confidence, knowing that there's not CECs in their water. Anytime I give a talk on water recycling, I know pathogens is the biggest issue, right, for public health, but from the public's perspective, they get freaked out over CECs, and we've done a good job of building confidence in that. But if we don't have the proper kind of monitoring in place and consistent monitoring, then that's going to erode. So with that, I'll stop and happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And as everyone, I know, look across this room, thank you for just the long engagement. It's taken a lot of folks many years to really be here at the table, and so just appreciate those comments. And I don't have any questions off the bat, but looking to colleagues in case either for you or Dr. Gold, there's any further question. Seeing none. Yeah, please. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. And maybe this is more of a question or you all probably have already drafted most of your written comments, but something I'm interested in hearing more about, maybe in response to some of your comments or following that. So you don't have to answer it all here, but I think you're right on the contaminants of emerging concern. That's what I think a lot of day-to-day people are concerned about, in addition to just the psychological piece. And one of the challenges, I personally find it the term contaminants of emerging concern frustrating, because it's like, as you said, every context that means something different and a different list of contaminants. And also, I do think we have to recognize that there are different chemicals used and all over the state and in different site-specific places. So it's always trying to balance this desire, which I totally concur with having some consistency of what we mean and what we're monitoring for, but also acknowledging that there are system-specific or site-specific issues that may not make sense to be monitoring statewide. Maybe they do, but, and so I'm just wondering how we balance the need to do more local specific testing where there may be other constituents that don't make sense statewide, but that do in that locality versus, you know, I think, shared desire to simplify, clarify, have consistency, and not do unnecessary sort of bits and pieces in different locations or different contexts. And so I think that's really, I don't know that that's a real question as much as just a, I think as we flesh out a pathway on CECs, something I'd love to hear thoughts on, especially in this context, but you know, this is also a bigger issue at the water boards. And Jonathan Bishop.
Can I take a shot? Can I take a shot first, Sean? If that's all right. So a couple things. One, we're talking about DPR, which means these are largely going to be larger facilities. There might be exceptions, right? And so you're really going to be looking at, you know, a large, diverse waste shed, if you will, sewer shed, if you will. So that means there's going to be, you know, your typical sanitary waste, right? So that means all the pharmaceuticals you'd be concerned about on the CECs should be something you're concerned about. But there's also going to be some degree of industry, and sure, industry can vary depending on where you are in the state. But, you know, you would still want to do that. I think where Sean and I are coming from on this is, you know, just be really tough. And I think Jonathan Bishop remembers this from me from a decade ago. Be really, really tough in the first few years. And when you can demonstrate that, hey, you're not even getting detections, right? These are all non-detects. Then just get rid of them on the list, and maybe, you know, relook at them once every 3 to 5 years or something like that. But not a regular monitoring program. We really got to do that up front to reassure people on consumer confidence. We're living in a world where we're seeing PFAS literally in every single aspect of our lives and all of our water supply. So it's just really very, very important to do so. One other thing, which I know is cheating here, but I'm going to do it. Since so much was brought up by the water reuse folks on alternatives, I just want to say for me personally, so I can't say speaking for Coastkeeper Alliance, if the alternatives are still going to result in public health being protected and water quality standards are going to be met, then I'm open to those sorts of discussions and allowing that sort of flexibility. But if that's something that can't be assured, then, you know, the alternatives shouldn't be provided. But the bottom line is public health actually being protected there? And in a weird way, CECs fall into the same category.
Yeah.
I was going to let Mr. Bishop speak.
Like many other aspects of DPR is bringing together two dispersed parts of our regulatory program. You know, we set up the CEC panels. The first one was for recycled water. The second one was for aquatic life, because we have two different permitting streams. So as we go to DPR, we're combining those permitting streams. And so it is reasonable to try and figure out how do we combine the efforts that we've been looking at for wastewater CECs of concerns and drinking water CECs of concern. It becomes very complicated very quickly, because you're looking at receptors when you're looking at CECs. You want to see what you want to see the magnitude, and you want to see the toxicology. Well, you got different toxicology for aquatic life and for drinking water. And so we're not going to have the exact same numbers for their discharge part of the permit and their drinking water part of the permit. But I think it is reasonable for us to be looking at the same chemicals and figuring out how to do that. Might mean that we're sampling a few more in the wastewater than we were before, or a few more in the drinking water than we were when we're looking at them individually, so we can have that consistency. But I wouldn't go the other way.
And since another topic and follow-up that was probably for you, Jonathan, is so this issue of brine disposal, if we are permitting a facility and it's proposing to change a really significant change, because you're totally changing what you're discharging. So would we need a reopener clause, or would not automatically do that, or what would trigger a new permit? Kind of help me understand how this would fit in on the water quality permitting side.
So there's two issues here. Yes, before they could discharge a brine, they would have to get a updated NPDES permit to address that brine discharge. I think the issue that Mark is pointing out is if they've already, they don't have to get that permit until they're close to discharge. So if you spent $10 billion on a DPR facility, and then you come forward and the regional board says, you really need to address this brine a little more, that's going to be a hard sell at that point. I think the idea is to make it clear in the DPR regs that there's going to be a brine discharge, because you're requiring RO in this process, and that brine discharge you need to be thinking about now, not when you go to the regional board for your permit.
So it's more of a signal. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Bothwell. Thank you, Dr. Gold. Appreciate, again, the comments, the engagement, and looking forward to further work here. Next, I'd like to call up Sunny Wang, who will be followed by Shane Trussell, if you would like to speak further, and then Darlene Schanfeld.
Sorry, I think my video may not be working.
Yeah, it's not coming up currently, but it's okay. We can also just take audio in case it doesn't
All right.
end up working for you, Mr. Wang.
Yeah, I'll leave it at audio. Sorry about that.
No problem, Lise.
Oh,
Good to hear
actually, I had
from
to be given permission, I think, but anyhow. Good afternoon, Board Chair, Vice Chair, and Board of Directors. Thanks for having me again after making the public comment yesterday. I am Sunny Wang. I'm the City of Santa Monica's Water Resources Manager, and I am the manager of the city's water and wastewater utility. Once again, we appreciate the opportunity to provide public comments on this item today on the regulations for direct potable reuse. And I'll repeat the statement I made yesterday to acknowledge the staff at regional board, state board, DDW, and across industry that have worked on these regulations and making that a reality today. The draft regulations as it stands right now, as you've already heard, doesn't provide enough flexibility in terms of having a broad alternatives in the regulations to account for new technology advancements or research that may advance of technology of what we have today. It's not like previous regulations such as IPR regulations or even 97005 that provide you that alternative to provide flexibility in coming up with different treatment trains and using new technology. Right, so currently as it stands, it makes DPR quite challenging, both large agencies like MWD and City of LA, and also small agencies like Santa Monica to implement these type of projects. And we've been also asked, why don't we inject our purified water? Well, you also heard my comments yesterday, we are out of options. We already maximized the nearest groundwater basin due to available storage capacity, and the next closest basin we have is contaminated and we can't inject there. Right, so in our case, we are ready to make DPR a reality. Our treatment train currently already finished constructed consists of MBR, RO, UV chlorine AOP, and then it gets blended. It goes to UV peroxide AOP on the remediation side, 2-stage GAC. We also have 10-to-1 blending, right? We're only, and we even have a second RO train in there that we actually don't even need to meet the LRV requirements. So to make DPR reality for us, we're only a booster pump station, about 1,000 feet of pipe, and a chemical disinfection step away from making that reality for a city. So we're actually ready to implement this when the regulations are complete in the next probably 2 years or so, 2 to 3 years. And we will be submitting a more detailed comment letter, but want to highlight a few items in this public hearing today. First is supporting the broader alternative section, right, to provide that flexibility, as I mentioned, and just kind of remind everyone where we have come in this industry. If you look at the original Water Factory 21 and Orange County Water District, they didn't have MF, they didn't have UVAOP. But if you look at a treatment train today at GWRS, it's MF, RO, UVAOP, very different than the original Water Factory 21, and that's due to technology advancements. Right, even at our own facility, you can't see my face, but I think you can see the image of the MBR that's on the screen here. That's the first MBR permitted for potable reuse in California. And we also have cartridge filters that's also have pathogen removal credits as well for potable reuse. Those are also first technology advancements. They're not new technologies, but research have proven that they could achieve LRVs that we're allowed to use in our treatment train now, right? So having that broader alternative really is very valuable to us as an industry from using new technology as well as bringing new water supplies to the state. The other on the alternative language is monitoring and source water control to provide alternative locations as approved by the state for those monitoring locations, because as it's currently written, and there's some conflicting information in there as well on where monitoring would occur and how that determined. The second area we had comments on is the technical, managerial, and financial capacity. In terms of looking at costs, capital costs, and O&M costs, we're curious on how that criteria is going to be evaluated. It's not very clear. It's kind of vague as it's written because it varies quite a bit between the capacity of the facility, location of the facility, and how an agency operates, whether it's a special district or within a municipal city government. Right? That's all very different in how the financial works. I have spent over 15 years as a consultant designing advanced water treatment facilities like the Silicon Valley facility that was mentioned, as well as Orange County Water District's groundwater replenishment system. I have worked on rate studies and also done due diligence work for financing of infrastructure projects. But it wasn't until the last 5 years when I'm here at the city now running a utility that I could fully appreciate what that involves in terms of budgeting, forecasting, and maintaining the revenues needed to run a utility, right? So having that kind of written there kind of vague is kind of a guessing game for us utilities to figure out how do we comply with that. If this becomes a regulatory requirement, how does that interface with Prop 218 requirements if we get rate challenges, right, to be able to raise rates to support these infrastructures? So that's something to consider if we could detail that a little more, because it's pretty vague as it's written. And the last comment I'll make is on operator certification. As Shane has brought up earlier, there's some concerns that we have as a small agency, as a city government as well, in dealing with labor unions to make sure we have operators to meet those requirements. Currently, as is written, the oversight of T5, T3, that's a new one that's added. We feel it should substitute the AWT05 and AWT03 requirement. If the reg's going to require a T5 and T3 to oversee the entire program, that should be able to substitute for the AWT05 and AWT03. The reasoning behind that is actually harder to get a T5 than an AWT05 right now. To get an AWT05, you only need to be a T3 certified operator. So our T5 operator actually has to meet a more stringent, a higher requirement than the AWT05. So we feel if you're going to put that in there to have the oversight of T5, T3, the chief operator of these facilities should only have a T5, T3 or AWT05 and AWT03, but not both. Right? We feel like that kind of duplicates some of the requirements and takes away from our T5 operator who has worked more and had to pass a more rigorous test than the AWT05, because that T5 test currently requires a verbal interview to be able to pass that test. And I think last, I'd just like to echo the consistency in regulation and monitoring. You guys heard a lot about that on the CEC front. The challenges we had in implementing our project was we were told Oceanside had the latest project, so go look at their conditional acceptance letter, what that looks like. And now we have other agencies approaching us because we have the latest conditional acceptance letters, and the regulation kind of keep evolving. It's a lot of moving target for us. So having that standardized and having a consistent monitoring of CUCs, I think will be a great idea. So thank you for your time. I apologize for my video today, but you saw my face yesterday, so I'm sure you don't want to see it again today. So we look forward to final product from the State Board. Thank you for your time today.
And thank you for yours, Mr. Wang. I appreciate your engagement. Good to have you here on our second day as well. Thanks for the really good comments and feedback, and no worry about the video. We did see you yesterday, so I still have your face in mind. Really appreciate the good comments, truly. Looking forward to continued discussion around this, and thanks for the leadership in Santa Monica on these topics. Thank you. Shane, I had you here again. If you would like to speak further, you're okay. Okay. I will then go to Darlene Schanfeld, be followed by Jim Stahl.
Hey.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Well, I have to start out with this comment. First of all, I will introduce myself. My name is Darlene Schanfeld. I have studied these sewage issues since the year 2000. I've studied, written about them, given lectures about them, and I'm very familiar with waste of sewage. I'm a former California resident, but I have family and friends living in Northern California. And pre-COVID, I used to visit them annually. I haven't been back since. Now, the reason for me wanting to attend today is to ask you the question, and I guess it's been answered in a way, but I will still ask it. I'm inquiring about how the state of California will guarantee declaring sewage effluent for potable water as safe. I think back to the 1990s when EPA said, oh, let's recycle sewage, and they gave it a fancy name, the solids, biosolids. They fired their top scientist that knew what was in the waste and said, don't do it. And Dr. David Lewis, one of the top scientists at EPA that was fired, wrote about it in his book, Science for Sale, published in 2014. So how are you going to deal with this? There are at least 350,000 contaminants and a wide range of pathogens in the treatment plant, in the effluents, and most of them are unregulated and they are unknown, let alone the synergistic pollutants that form within these wastewater treatment plants. And only a few of all of these contaminants have been researched by governments and by internationally and by scientists internationally. But a range of hazardous, toxic, and pathogens have been found in the effluent post-treatment processing. Some have been found in water bodies and having been absorbed in edible crops, animals, and plants. On March 2023, the EPA Administrator, Michael Regan, testified before the U.S. Senate, any safe water is a foundation for healing communities and a thriving economy. And EPA is committed to ensuring clean and safe water for all. There's no way to fully know what is in the recycled water, and you never will be, because we don't know what the CECs are. And we have new pathogens all the time. And you have to think that all of this, it's not toxic by toxic, it's cumulative and it adds up. And we don't just drink one glass of water a day. We drink many, we eat food that's been contaminated. We take showers in this. This is a big issue. I did submit my comments in writing, but I'll repeat just a few of them. So to assess the impacts, these concerns prompted efforts by governments and private organizations around the world. And they concluded that almost, and this was on just the solids, almost every report concluded further research is needed to elucidate whether inadequate waste management strategies are coming back to haunt us in our seafood. And it also had to do with the stormwater runoff. California's way of sidestepping this, at least I read this in one of their documents, was, well, since real-time monitoring pathogens and chemicals isn't possible, water treatment operators must rely on the concept of log removals, quote unquote log removals, which measures how many contaminants are removed from the water during each step of the process, rather than how many contaminants remain in the water. And that's the big concern, what's remaining. Conservation, serious mandated conservation must be the first step. No filling private swimming pools, cut back on yard and landscape watering, timed showers, etc. If we go forward, I'm afraid you're going to be kicking this can down to the health industry. Clean this water for the highest standard. That's great for other uses. But for potable water, I'm really concerned. And I have till tomorrow to respond to some of the other comments, so I'll be writing more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was really
And
well.
thank you for all your work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you as well, Dr. Schanfeld. I appreciate your engagement on these issues, your concerns, and your voice. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Jim Stahl, who'll be followed by Jared Voskuhl, and then Jessica Cleaver. Good to see you, Mr. Stahl. Oh, I apologize, Jim. You're still on mute. Should be invited to unmute here.
How about that?
Now we can hear you. Good to see you, Mr. Stahl.
Good to see you, Chair Esquivel. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jim Stahl. I'm a practicing environmental engineer with extensive experience in planning, design, operation, and maintenance of water reclamation and reuse infrastructure in both the public and private sector. Most recently, I was a member of the LA Regional Board, as you know, and so drawing on these total experiences, I appear before you in full support of your implementing DPR regulations that are scientifically and environmentally prudent, protective of public health, timely, and cost-effective. And I think all of those goals can be met, and you're well on your way in that regard. I thank you for the release of the draft DPR regulations, the opportunity today to comment. And I thank you for I should say, I strongly urge you to finalize the draft regulations. And I believe that staff has worked diligently in setting forth the draft regs and responding, most importantly, responding to input received on a number of important issues, all intended to further hone the draft regs. You've heard today from a distinguished panel of experts, and you've heard from a number of people. But for the panel of experts that you have representing the agencies, water reuse, I completely agree with their comments and commend them on the work that they have done today. There are important technical matters that remain to be resolved on the path to a final DPR regulation. And as much as I wish to jump into the details of their rightful position, for the sake of efficiency and time, I'll bypass that urge and express 2 points. One, Dave Pedersen had talked about this earlier, and I know you, Chairman Esquivel, and the board have been involved in this, but to support and facilitate Governor Newsom's water supply strategy. I think it's a wise and insightful step forward. that he adopted the hotter, drier future in the California's water supply strategy to set the laudable goal of 800,000 acre feet of reuse by 2030 and an additional million by 2040. We need those targets. And we're well on our way, I think, to be able to meet those. We can come up with a set of workable draft DPR regulations. You've heard already that in the LA area alone, there's up to 300,000 to 400,000 acre feet of water that can be reclaimed and, in my opinion, is wasted into the ocean. I won't argue with Dr. Gold. He was saying up to 450,000. The point is, there is a tremendous amount of water that is now, in my opinion, wasting to the ocean, and that the DPR regulations and the governor's policy will set us on a path to be able to eliminate that. Conservation is an important part of his program, and I commend you and the board, because I know you had a lot of input on the drafting of that policy and the finalization of it, and to include conservation, stormwater capture, increased storage. We can argue all day about desal, but they're all vital elements that need to be considered. But in my opinion, the always available base supply of wastewater effluent waste into the ocean or in excess of environmental needs must be a priority for DPR. And that's why you set forward on this. And I think that's why we have to continue that. Second point that I would like to make is the inclusion of an adaptable, flexible alternatives clause. I know Board Member Firestone has heard me expound on this many, many times. So I beg her indulgence again, because I have always expressed since the release of these draft regs that the necessity of a workable, flexible, and broad alternatives clause that's going to allow for the utilization of best science now and into the future. And in particular, the existing broad alternatives clause that was also included in the final regulations for groundwater and surface water augmentation has served your board so well in allowing you and your staff to examine proposed alternative reuse systems and make rulings as to their use. In contrast to this proven process, I fear that the proposed DPR alternatives clause, while well-intentioned, prevents your board approval of the development of improved reuse systems and operational platforms that are equally protective of public health. It seems counterproductive to have rigid goals that do not allow your board to consider improved science methods and future technologies that are at least equally protective of public health without changing the regulations through a political process. Those are my brief comments. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but I've been around long enough in the water reuse business that I am so proud that we have reached this point of actively proceeding with projects that are going to eliminate water that's wasting to the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stahl, for your just years of continued leadership in this space. I'm there with you. It is an exciting moment, and it's a proud moment for sure. And I appreciate your good comments here at the hearing and continued support here across the work. It's really good to see you. Thank you for your good comments. Thank you.
Thank all.
We'll see you soon. Next, I'd like to call up Jared Boskell, who indicated he was in person, but may be joining virtually. And then after that would be Jessica Cleaver. And also, if there's anyone here in the room that is looking to speak and hasn't signed up yet, please do so. There's a QR code in the back and a tablet there as well.
So Mr. Voskal is not on the Zoom platform either, so we can go to Ms. Cleaver.
Okay, thank you. Go to Jessica Cleaver, who will be followed by Erica Bench. Good afternoon. Should be invited to unmute. There we are. Good to see you.
There we go. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Jessica Cleaver. I'm a water resource specialist with the San Diego County Water Authority. We're a wholesale water supply agency that provides water throughout San Diego region through our 24 retail member agencies. And thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comments today. These DPR regulations are so important because they'll be helping to pave the way for water suppliers to develop local drought resilient sources of water supply. And in fact, many of our own member agencies are in various stages of planning and even constructing potable reuse projects. And some of those agencies are considering DPR as well. I want to thank the water use panel that spoke earlier, and we support those comments that the presenters made. And I don't want to take up too much time restating what's already been said, as it sounds like a lot of us are on the same page today. So I'll just keep these comments very high level. We appreciate the DDW's work on this issue and the opportunities they've provided for stakeholder engagement along the way, as it's key that these regulations are protective of public health without making DPR projects infeasible or cost prohibitive. We'd like to see the regulations include additional flexibility to account for the innovation that will continue to occur in the field. The surface water augmentation and groundwater recharge regulations both included a broad alternatives clause, and we're asking for the same for the DPR regulations. We'd also do have the same concerns as others have shared about the CEC monitoring requirements, and ask that priority be given to a primary source of information for the chemicals that don't already have health-based thresholds, just to ensure consistency, basically. And we, basically that's it. Again, I don't want to go over things too many times, but thank you so much for the opportunity again to provide comments, and we'll share a more detailed comment letter shortly.
Thank you, Ms. Kleber. Looking forward to that letter, and thank you for the comments and being with us here this afternoon. I know it's been a longer day here, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Erica Bench, and will be followed by David Larson.
And I do not see Erica on the Zoom platform.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. Next, we'll go to David Larson, who will be followed by Cheryl Hamlin.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you very much for all your work and the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm David Larson with Molten Eagle Water District. We are a smaller water district in South Orange County, California. We serve about 170,000 people with potable, recycled, and wastewater services to those customers. Currently, we recycle about 20% of our total demand is met by recycled water, but all of our potable demand is imported from other sources through MoDOT. So to increase our resiliency in our service area, we don't have the benefit of a groundwater basin. We do currently discharge some of our waste effluent to the ocean, and so we're looking at direct potable reuse as a component of our Oasis Treatment Resource Center, which is an optimized, adaptive, sustainable, and integrated supply to our local service area. We do have the benefit, unlike some of the others, where we can comply with the DIPR requirements fairly easily, since we have control of our waste, our source sewer system. So with that, earlier this week, and as Water Reuse presented today in the panel, we agree with many of the comments that they provided with the flexibility and things like that. But one of the things we really want to highlight, as Dr. Trussell mentioned earlier, is really the kind of staffing element of this. You know, as an agency that currently receives all of its potable water from imported sources, we do not have those treatment plants to gain the experience necessary to meet the T5, T3 requirement, as well as the AWT5, AWT3. We do have grade 5 wastewater operators. We do have one of the 25 AWT5 operators in our service area as well. We don't have a problem with training our staff to meet those regulations, but we do ask for the flexibility, whether it's allowing a pilot plant to qualify as the experience to be able to take the T5 exams, or whether it's some other alternative where the T5, it's either an AWT5 or a T5 be allowed. But that's really our comments. Thank you again for your support and your ongoing work on these issues, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here in person and just the leadership. I know that Nolan Gill continues to exemplify amongst all this. So I appreciate the good comments and looking forward to the work ahead on it all. So thank you. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Cheryl Hamlin, who will be followed by Sharon Green and then Heather Collins.
And Cheryl Hamlin does not appear to be on the Zoom platform.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. We'll go to Sharon Green. Green, good to see you. Should be invited to unmute here. It should pop up. There you are. Good to see you.
Yeah, there took a minute. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Very happy to be here today, and I just want to mention I'm here in place of my colleague Erica Bench due to some last minute changes we made. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am going to highlight one issue that is different than most of the other folks have made, so try not to repeat some of the other comments you've been hearing. First, though, I will say and echo others that we do appreciate all of the years of hard work by the board and the state board staff on the proposed regulations. And we do look forward to seeing regulations finalized in the coming months. And that said, we do urge the water board to take the time needed to refine the proposed regulations to reflect the various comments that are being submitted and expressed. And we think they're basically tweaks at this point in time to, get things to the finish line. And I also wanted to note that we jointly reviewed the proposed regulations with Metropolitan Water District and are preparing joint comments that will be submitted in writing tomorrow. And we are in strong support of the comments made by the panel, and my colleague Heather Collins, who will be testifying shortly, will cover some other issues that we also support those comments. So as I mentioned, I wanted to amplify one point in particular, which is kind of specific to wastewater agencies. And this point has to do with the joint plan and the requirement for partner agencies to participate in the joint plan. And as you know, through Pure Water Southern California, we propose to purify and recycle a significant portion of the wastewater treated at the Joint Water Pollution Control Plant or Joint Plant, which is in Carson, for potable reuse purposes, and a portion of that is being proposed to be used for direct potable reuse. The joint plant receives wastewater from my agency's joint outfall system, a wastewater collection system comprised of over 1,200 miles of interconnected trunk sewers, which in turn receive wastewater flows from upstream satellite collection systems owned by 73 cities, Los Angeles County, and numerous other entities, mostly private entities. In accordance with our NPDES permit and the legal authority provided by our own wastewater ordinance, we implement a pretreatment program for the entirety of the collection system tributary to the treatment plant, regardless of the entity that owns the upstream sewer. Because there are dozens of entities involved in wastewater collection, requiring each and every collection system entity to be a partner agency and adopt the joint plan would create an unwieldy and we think somewhat unworkable organizational structure and would unnecessarily complicate the DPR project with not necessarily any added value for the project. And so for context, just to get more specific, Section 64669.20B of the proposed regulation says in part, entities that collect the municipal wastewater shall participate in the joint plan as a partner agency. So that's what we're kind of focused in on. So we're proposing a very narrow change to this section to specify that in instances where the wastewater agency has authority and control over wastewater connections and source control throughout the wastewater collection system, our own and the tributary systems, that this entity would be the sole partner agency that participates in the joint plan on behalf of all of the wastewater collection system entities. And I know we're probably larger than many and have way more upstream satellite systems than many others, but it is pretty common, and I think you know this through your work on the sanitary sewer system general order, that there are many collection systems throughout the state, many more than there are the sort of centralized systems. So in any case, that is the comment I wanted to make today, and that concludes my remarks. And thank you again for the opportunity.
And thank you as well for those good remarks and engagement around this work. I just really appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Green. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Heather Collins, who will be followed by Stephen Pang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Esteemed, how are you? Good afternoon, esteemed members of the State Water Resources Control Board. My name is Heather Collins. I'm the Assistant Chief of Operations for Metropolitan Water District in Southern California. We want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on these proposed direct potable reuse regulations. And on behalf of Metropolitan and our Pure Water Southern California partner, the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts, we want to thank you for your visionary steps towards advancing potable reuse in California. Our joint comment letter will identify critical areas on the proposed regulations that merit your consideration. We believe that our insights draw from our collective experiences in water management and can further enhance the robustness and effectiveness of the DPR regulations. So broadly, we believe that an alternative section in the regulations would be beneficial given the varied needs of different water reuse projects. This would allow for the innovation, flexibility, and treatability of the projects, as monitoring, treatment, and compliance are essential for projects with varying configurations and characteristics, while ensuring the primary goal of public health and water safety. Moreover, while continuous water quality monitoring is crucial, validated online monitoring technology must be available and mandated for monitoring requirements that are outlined in these proposed regs. We urge the state to collaborate with the regulated community by conducting a needs assessment on the available technology and ensure the development of online monitoring technology in timely manners. We also see the value in a standardized framework for CECs and a streamlined science advisory panel process. This would help guide monitoring constituents of emerging concern in water quality for the better environment of California and the overarching water plans of the state. We appreciate that the proposed DPR regulations outlines the roles and responsibilities of ADIPRA and partner agencies in the joint plan. However, the joint plan appears to have been conceptualized based on a relatively simple project of one water agency and one wastewater agency, or a few of kind of each agencies of each type. The required structure of the joint plan really should allow the flexibility of more complex projects with multi-agency water and wastewater systems to facilitate regional direct potable reuse implementation. The DPR regs need to consider the wide variety of public partnerships possible for DPR projects and to provide flexibility in governance and compliance structures. Lastly, while stringent monitoring is non-negotiable, the rules should be practicable, implementable, and achievable. With these amendments, we feel that the DPR regulations can be a solid step forward for California's water future, and we're grateful for the opportunity to share our insights and look forward to a collaborative approach. Thank you very much for allowing us to provide comments.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate the leadership, Ms. Collins, and the continued work around all this. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you for those comments. I believe our last commenter here will be Stephen Pang. And if there's anyone that hasn't spoken either on the platform or here in the room, please do indicate. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Chair Esquivel. My name is Stephen Pang. I'm with the Association of California Water Agencies. We represent more than 460 local water agencies that supply over 90% of California's population. ACWA recognizes the importance of water reuse in California, and we recognize that it's an important component of California's water supply portfolio. We also support Governor Newsom's water supply strategy goal of recycling and reusing 800,000 acre feet of water per year by 2030. I first wanted to kind of echo your comments, Chair Esquivel, and just thank all the hard work of the State Water Board staff and water reuse and all the collaboration that has gone on. I know this has been a long road to get here, and I just want to recognize and applaud those efforts. I did want to highlight a few items that could be incorporated into the current draft of regulations that I think would improve them greatly. Water reuse has already touched on a lot of them, so I'll keep it brief. They're also far more eloquent than I am. So first, the regulations should include a broad alternatives clause that would apply to the entirety of the regulations. This would allow the regulations to adapt to future changes in treatment and monitoring processes and technologies in the future. Board Member McGuire, you commented earlier on how quickly technology in the water recycling space has evolved. This clause would address that specifically. This would be consistent with previous potable reuse regulations, and it would still allow the division of drinking water to remain in control of what is permitted and allowed. Second, the DPR regulations should specify that a state water board panel be used as a primary source of information for the monitoring of CECs and the development of thresholds. This approach would help minimize inconsistent and divergent CEC requirements statewide. That concludes my remarks. I think the additional flexibility, as well as the other considerations I mentioned, would greatly improve the regulations while still protecting public health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pang. Appreciate you attending today, your comments, and sticking with us through the afternoon. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That brings us to the end of our commenters. I know we heard a good bit, and here, some common themes certainly around flexibility. This is just a workshop. I'm not going to comment, I think, or reflect too much more, but to say thank you, but also open up to other colleagues if there are any comments or further questions that anyone would like to make. Okay, hearing none. Again, on behalf of the board here, just thank everyone for their continued contributions. It's taken us years and a lot of technical work to get to this point. There's still years out worth of work to do, but this is definitely, this workshop, a milestone, and look forward to hearing our responses here to everything that we've heard and moving forward in our process here in consideration of this critical regulation. As everyone has said, it is a key part of the governor's water supply strategy. It was critical that we have that in there, but also that it's in the context of all the other activities we know water agencies and folks across the state are engaging in, including conservation, which there is a budget setting process there, which we won't talk here, but we know the overlap and the opportunity amongst all this is really critical, and your all leadership and insight is the fundamental part of it. So just thank you all. We appreciate it. Close out this workshop now. And that concludes this item number 10. Also brings us to the end of our agenda on this two-day board meeting. We won't have closed session here today, so we are now then adjourned until our next board meeting, which we come back on in 2 weeks. And so we will see you on the 18th. Thank you. 19th. Yeah, 19th and 20th. Thank you. It takes a village up here at the dais. And we will all see you then in a couple of weeks. Thank you, everyone, for the great contributions and discussion the last 2 days. We're now officially adjourned.